very significant in these shots, and you saw him against the lefty with that nice right-hand lead.
Yeah, so Abreu and Trevino fighters who you really have to keep eyes on for the Miami Assassins. And when you see Miami, Lorenzo Trevino, he is quick and he's explosive.
Yeah, you get a good look at it right here from a squared-up situation, all the power coming through the hips, and he's able to do that in such a good way. And this is a team that's very good at the top.
And there's a reason that Philadelphia is on top. They're undefeated coming into this matchup. But Philadelphia is also a team, when you're looking at the highlights, you look at the social media, they know how to get people excited, and they know how to knock people out, Dave.
Yeah, they've been doing that, especially late in fights, which has helped them do a lot of good things at the top that we have seen. Fighters like Jasmine Hampton, come on, start out strong for Philadelphia.
With that knockout power from Hampton. We'll see her in the opening round.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Look at the stance and the beautiful positioning, and it's rockabye, baby.
Rockabye.
Our opponents will have to go to sleep. Love the crew coming up with that one, as they were able to get on top early, and then the women have been especially significant, and Rashida Ellis has been significant all along.
Been a big part of Team USA in her amateur background, fighting family, Rashidi and Ronald, her brothers. She comes out always on top, and there's a reason that Philadelphia, when you look at the standings and where they're at, it's because of Hampton and Ellis. And Philadelphia 4-0, the Las Vegas Hustle, undefeated squad as well. A lot on the line, Team Dave, because you have to get into the right spot seeding-wise with the playoffs around the corner.
Seeding-wise, and you're going to face these teams in the championship round, so it's also important, in my opinion, Beto, to send a message. We belong with you. We can beat you. You don't know if they meet in a couple of months what message might have been sent. Did you get something from winning tonight's fight?
Absolutely. So the launch rounds, 8 rounds coming your way, and it gets going with Evelyn Romo and Jasmine Hampton. We just talked about there. And so Pedro Vieta, Damian Dinorello coming up later on around 7, and then Rancio Beltran and Joseph Deweco. And that's always good when you get the heavyweights involved in that mix. A ringside reporter tonight. The man's going to be talking to the coaches. The fighters are giving us the vibe inside Pennsylvania. The one and only Bubba Jenkins. Bubba, how you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good, baby. We here in Philly. We're a little bit outside of Philly, but we here where the champions lie. They were last year champions. We got a rematch of the finals from last year, but I don't want no smoke with Philly because, they don't like too much of everything. They ain't even like your boy's threads tonight because it looked a little bit too much like Miami. They said I should have wore the purple one tonight. So you got to respect Jesse Hart and what Philly has brought to the table as the returning champions, and they're looking to make a statement as they're looking to get higher in the seeds. But it's going to be an amazing weekend because we got a lot of action going on, and I'll be here covering it. You guys got the action there. I got it here. Check in with me.
Bubba, it doesn't matter what you're wearing, man. You always look smooth, Bubba. And Bubba's going to be watching the rounds really, really closely ringside. For you, Dave, which is the round to watch in the launch rounds?
Same one he likes, Victor Abreu. Second fight, we talked about him. We showed him in the highlights, that explosive power. So that's one fight that I'm going to keep my eye on. And there are going to be a ton of them throughout this matchup tonight.
All right, so TCL, Team Boxing League, you get 24 rounds of team combat action. The first 8 rounds, the launch rounds, then the middle 8, and then the money rounds. But coming up, though, you're going to get Miami Assassins, Philadelphia Smoke. Can the Smoke stay undefeated and they're at home? That's always a tough one for anybody coming on the road. TCL, Team Boxing League on Merit TV Sports.
So when I tell people that I'm a boxer, a lot of times they don't believe me. Sometimes I make them guess what sport I play, and they would say maybe gymnastics or figure skating. When I tell them that I'm a boxer, they can't believe it, just because of the misconception of boxers, of how they look or how they're supposed to look. I love to always just surprise them with, what I am, the boxer.
Follow Christina and the New York Attitude as they begin their march for the title. Fridays on Merit TV.
As a physician, there were some tough lessons of life. We have no say on quantity, but I can help with quality of life. And that became my life's mission. And that's how I started Balance of Nature. It's my desire to help people's lives. And this is the best way I can do it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing. As a preferred customer, you'll get 35% off your first set when you use the code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. All right, let's toss it inside the ring with our ring announcer for tonight, my good friend Mike Falvo.
Hey there, once again, fight fans. We want to welcome you to Team Combat League, and we want to thank you for joining us here at the Newtown Athletic Club. And we also want to thank Executive Director Ed Kunkel and the Pennsylvania Athletic Commission for hosting tonight's event. Tonight's sponsors are Climax Fire number 32, Balance of Nature, and Serenity Springs Recovery Center. Tonight's bouts are approved and sanctioned by the Pennsylvania State Athletic Commission. The chairman at ringside is Rudy Battle. Executive director for this evening is Ed Kunkel. The officials for tonight are Anthony Lundy, Justin Rubenstein, Kevin Morgan, and Bernard Bruni. The referees for tonight are Ricky Gonzalez and Dave Braslow. Tonight's timekeeper is Fred Bloomstein. And the physician at ringside, Dr. Tony Al-Amin. And now, fans, it is time to meet the 2 teams for tonight's event. First up, the Miami Assassins.
The city is up in the madness. The people is giving the damage. They turn into animal savage. So rhinos and hippos and mammoths. The hero is coming, I'm locked.
You see Coach Hernan bringing out the Assassins. Some veterans, some youngsters. Good mix, good blend.
Yeah, the team has a good perspective, a lot of confidence. When you're on a roll, that feeling is contagious.
Not on my level where I stand. Got it, I'm shooting a hot hand. Out of the gym, I was locked out. I failed, the kid was a dropout. I changed the game and it's up now. The city that need me is clear now. The people is giving the damage. The people is giving the...
Sandman, I can tap dance through the energy blast. Run flat, never pop your orbit. I keep energy in storage. I see spinning the globe, my fingertip itch. If I could pluck the earthquake hit, look at the wrist, look at your body, I shake it and shift. Big fish in a small pond, Godzilla with a boot on. I step into your lawn, turn.
And now, fans, it is time to meet the Miami Assassins from Coach Herman Caicedo's Miami Assassins. At bantamweight, Evelyn Romo. Featherweight, Victor Abreu. Featherweight, Ali Pajuelo Valle. Former Olympian and WBA IPO featherweight champion, lightweight, Claudio the Matrix Marrero. Welterweight, Esther Suero. Middleweight, Pedro Velcha. Heavyweight, Rachel Beltran. And featherweight, Anna Verbeek. Lightweight, Orestes Velasquez. Super lightweight, Tyler Southside Schaefer. Welterweight, Raheem Davis. Super middleweight, Ronnie Alvarez. Light heavyweight, Ismael Ruiz. Two-time light heavyweight title challenger, cruiserweight, NYC, the Monster Gonzalez. And heavyweight, Nestor Santana.
And when you're the heavyweight like Nestor Santana, you don't go between the ropes, you go over the ropes like he does at 6'5".
You go
And
wherever
now,
you want.
join me in welcoming the defending team champion, Bob Kane's Philly Smoke.
Philly Smoke. They have an energy and a vibe about them. Yeah, this is a rematch from last year's Mega Brawl Season 2. They were the two best teams in Season 2. First time fighting each other since last year. And I've been in that gym when the Philly Smoke have been training. You know anything about boxing, you know there's something special about Philly gyms. But this gym is loud as rocket, and you don't just train in there, you fight your way out of there.
Yeah, there are wars. You graduate the Philly gyms to make it to ringside.
There are trials for one to see so many people trying to become a member of the Philly Smoke. So these elite fighters made it. She's mentioned earlier, Dave, Olympians, guys that have fought for titles. Strong women with huge amateur backgrounds.
And they stay within their scope of ability. They
Yes, sir.
rack up wins.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet the defending team champion, Philly Smoke. Introducing first, she is a multi-time national champion and former Team USA member, bantamweight, Jasmine Big Chaz Hampton. At featherweight, Rashid Sugar Sheen Brown. Multi-time national champion and 2020 U.S. Olympian, featherweight, Rashida Ellis. Lightweight, Francisco the Cisco Kid Rodriguez. Welterweight, Isaiah Duke Johnson. He is a current member of the United States Air Force. Please welcome middleweight, Damian Tinarello. Heavyweight, Joey the Tank Tawaiko. Multi-time national champion and 2024 U.S. Olympian bantamweight, Shara May Patricio. Lightweight, Jose Adriel Diaz Rodriguez. Multi-time national champion and former Team USA member, super lightweight, Brianna Carrera. Welterweight, Hendry Cedeno. Super middleweight, the new Ray Robinson. Former USBA and the NABO super middleweight champion, light heavyweight, Jesse Hollywood Hart. Cruiserweight, Cody the Punisher Russell. And heavyweight, Konja Don't Blink Nathan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philly Smoke. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to ask that you please rise if you are able and remove your hats and caps as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Please welcome to the ring the Philly Smoke's own Nahir Albright.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free in the home of the brave.
Been a good year for Nahir Albright singing the national anthem. He's 4-0 in TCL action this year for the Smoke. And yes, that is the Nahir Albright who last weekend had a run-in with the Davis brothers as he defeated Kelvin Davis. And then there was an altercation in the locker room afterwards.
He's been doing it all because in week 2, he sang the national anthem and then racked up a victory. Same day.
Busy week, and then he's here supporting his Philadelphia Smoke squad as we get ready to go. Launch rounds coming your way. 8 launch rounds, 8 middle rounds, and then 8 money
And now,
rounds.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launch rounds. First up, in the 118-pound division, from Miami, Evelyn Romo, representing Philly, Jasmine Hampton.
Should be a good one here to get us going.
Especially after you saw those highlights and you saw what Hampton's been doing. A lot of adrenaline when you're the one kicking everything off.
Hampton get the stoppage on June 6th. The southpaw in the white and purple for the Smoke. As Romo has 6 fights under TCL work. She's 1-5. The woman born in Mexico, but now resided in Jupiter, Florida. Hampton, all the accolades out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Member of Team USA in the amateur program. Had over 40 amateur fights, 3 stoppages of the 26 victories. Big amateur background going all over, representing Team USA. That's a huge advantage for Hampton, the southpaw. There's the 1-2 upstairs right away.
Yeah, she came in with a lot of confidence. What she did first of all was cut off the ring and then tried the jab. See what would be the proper distance for that jab, and she's worked that out, and she's wading in as if she expects to do more than get a 10-9. And now she goes right-handed. So interesting switch in the middle after she looked like she was pretty effective as a lefty.
TCL, Team Boxing League, so you'll be able to root on your team, and some of the fighters will be back in the money round, so they'll fight 2 rounds tonight. As all that's up to the coach's decision on who they want to send back out. Romo and Hampton only fight this round. And at the end of every single round, if you're with us for the first time, you'll see the score calculated, and you'll be able to keep track of exactly what is going on after every round, as do the fighters. They know where they're up, they're down, what they have to do. It's always interesting when teams are down 3, and sometimes you need that knockout. They'll go for it in the money round.
And we've seen teams come back from way down, knowing exactly where they stand in the fight.
Playoffs right around the corner. These 2 teams are in the playoffs, but you want to be able to get that good seeding.
Well, also, the momentum too. You know, you talk about as all team sports, you can't turn it off and then turn it back on. You've got momentum. You try to ride it all the way through.
Hampton switched to orthodox. Women do fight 3-minute rounds in TCL. Big right hand from Hampton. Another right from Hampton.
Well, so by going to the right-handed stance, she wanted to throw a straight hard right rather than a hook, which she now has open to her from the southpaw style. Interesting that she's gone back and forth a couple different times in this round.
It works for her.
Well, as far as not being touched, it has been an effective technique. She hasn't really taken much, and she's dished it out from both sides.
Good opening round here between Miami and Philly, our first round in Pennsylvania. Up next will be Victor Abreu and Rasheed Brown.
So here's how she's able to do it. There's the good right hook, and her best power came from the left side. And this was early. I thought that she might try to go for a stoppage. She had some good pot shots, and she settled for that.
And now, fight fans, the winner of your opening round with a score of 10-9 from the Philly Smoke, Jasmine Hampton.
So Jasmine Hampton gets the decision, puts Philly on top right away.
And the Philly Smoke take a 10-9 lead. And now, fight fans, coming in for round number 2 from the Miami Assassins, Victor Abreu. And for the Philly Smoke, Rasheed Brown.
So Abreu and Brown, let's go ringside with Bubba Jenkins. Bubba, this is a round that we really got to pay close attention to, isn't it?
Absolutely. It'll be small nuances, very small movements, really good boxing right here. Very good, skilled guys that we're going to see. And you're going to see a southpaw versus orthodox. So all things to be watching here if you're a fight fan.
All boiled into 3 minutes as we're going to see Abreu with that right hand lead open to him. We're also seeing Brown trying to set a trap, trying to bring him in to see where his hand is, not quite up all the way.
Abreu for Miami, born in Cuba, lives in Florida. Rasheed Brown from Philly has 20 rounds of team combat action. He's 18-2 in TCL. And Abreu is 15-6 in TCL action, including 3 stoppages. So this is matched up evenly.
Yeah, and you can see the good technique of both fighters. For Brown, the educated jab, the slick movement. That was a nice dart in and out, head feint. And Abreu was smart enough not to buy the feint, trying to keep to his task of finding a way to get in.
Each fighter only going 1 round tonight. It's interesting to see the coach's decisions on who's going to go to the money rounds, who's going to go twice.
Well, I think that it's really interesting, like that Ray Robinson for Philadelphia is the guy they're trying at the end in round 24. When you are in the playoffs already, one of the luxuries you have is the inter-squad competition. Try different people out.
That's a good point.
In big roles.
Brown slick. Sticking that jab out, moving around quickly.
As I'm watching Brown, versus Victor, you can see that, Brown being a Philly guy has, a nice kind of, Philly shuffle shell, and he's got that athleticism where he moves around, very athletic-like, kind of has the, non-bothered style look on his face, and, he's got that hit and don't be hit kind of style. And Victor Abreu, if he's going to do anything to kind of win this round, he's got to be a little bit more aggressive, set that jab up, and, be the Cuban boxer that we know him to be. And, it's a really contrast of styles right here as we're watching this.
And we're seeing that Abreu has to reset every time a couple jabs come at him. And it distracts him just enough that he has to do the reload. And I think the movement.
Yeah, Rasheem Brown is just in real control right here with Rasheem Brown. You know, Victor's not doing anything to really threaten him. He's missing, slipping, sliding, feeling good about himself. You know, you see Jesse Hart on the side rooting him on, but Victor, you know, I'm on the Miami side, and you can kind of feel the anticipation of what Victor's coaches want him to do. You know, they want him to go forward, and he just got clipped right there.
Abreu may come back after this round is over and say, I couldn't find him.
Yeah. Good
We
work
were
from-
inside the ring. I just couldn't get to him.
Good work from Rasheem Brown, who's got that smile on his face. Let's look at the replays in round number 2.
No, he does his own little MC Hammer. You can't touch this. See how the jab is in there? And then now if you're Abreu, after you get hit with the jab, you got to load up again, back up, and it disrupts the rhythm. So it was sweetly done by Rasheem Brown.
And now we go to the scorecards. All 3 judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Rasheem Brown. And that brings your score. Philly Smoke 20, Miami 18.
All right, so Philly takes the first 2 rounds.
Heading into the ring for round number 3 from the Miami Assassins, Alessandra Pajuelo Valley. And for the Philly Smoke, Rashida Ellis.
Now, this is a very interesting matchup as both fighters are undefeated in their TCL career. Rashida Ellis in the white trunks is 8-0 with a stoppage. A woman from Lynn, Massachusetts. Ali Valle from Peru, who now lives in Miami, is 6-0 in TCL action.
And so they're going to show you why they got here, how they got here. And for Ellis, we're seeing the slick jab and the movement. And for Paella, we're seeing the looping right hand as she tries to make that a crisp weapon. Time the jab. And there's the attempted right hand again. That's where she's looking.
And they will see each other in round 17. They'll kick off the money rounds. So kind of see what you're going to work with later on. Why are they coming at Ellis?
And she's coming at her, and she has to go against the jab that's slapping her all the time, and that's the beauty of making sure you throw it. Now, when she gets inside and earns her chance, this is when she's trying to maximize.
Ellis with fighting brothers, Rashidi and Ronald. Member of Team USA for many years. International competition for her. A big amateur background. Now doing her work in TCL as we approach halfway to go through round number 3. Good action back and forth with the ladies.
And you see the Miami fighter here doing an excellent job trying to score with that right hand and then basically bringing out the best in Ellis because she's making Ellis show all her technical tools.
Ellis is just so smooth with her approach, the good footwork. Gets the jab in there and moves around. Hard to hit.
And the footwork by itself is one thing. And where you win these fights is the footwork, plus you flash that jab out and get the points. That being said, still a target.
She has an uppercut, but Valle keeps on coming.
Valle is going to have to risk getting hit with that uppercut to try and buy her way inside.
Look at the jabs as Ellis. 30 seconds to go in the round. Up next will be Claudio Guzman and Francisco Rodriguez. Good 1-2 from Ellis. There's 10 seconds to go in the round. closing strong is Rashida Ellis, showing why she's one of the best fighters in all of TCL, but she got hit with the right hand by Valle. This should be good when we see him again in round 17.
They both have something that they'll be happy about in which they put up here. Ellis had more of the look of the ring general. Valle got her shots in too. Now we talk about how fundamentally sound this Philly team has been. Take a look at the balance of Ellis. Now she did get hit with one good shot, but she landed 4.
And now, fight fans, it's time for the winner of round number 3. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision, Rashida Ellis.
Stays undefeated as Valle loses for the first time in TCL, and the Philly Smoke Squad is standing on their feet, cheering on their teammates as they always do.
And now it's time to introduce the fighters for round number 4. For the Miami Assassins, Claudio Ezequiel Madero Guzman. And for the Philly Smoke, Francisco Rodriguez.
This is my honorable mention.
Oh, honorable mention.
Launch rounds to watch because of the glittering record for Marrero. And Francisco Rodriguez was tossed into the lineup earlier in the season for Philadelphia. The kid from Atlantic City. What's he going to show us? He came up with 2 points in a very close Philadelphia victory. So he's the unsung guy. We talk about all those Philadelphia All-Stars. This guy is a diamond in the rough for this team, and they've got him in a good spot here.
And he's going up against the veteran Claudio Marrero, the Dominican, nicknamed the Southpaw. Nickname the Matrix, the Southpaw is called. He's 27-5 outside of TCL action. Been a veteran, been around for a while. As the Miami squad, being in Miami, you're going to be international. Coach Herman Cancedo, as the Dominican in Marrero, also has fighters in Peru, like we saw in Valle, Cuba. Has fighters from Mexico, France, and the Netherlands. And the Philly Smoke has some Puerto Ricans, have a fighter from Spain. TCL giving opportunities to a lot of different fighters. You see them this season, both undefeated in TCL action. For Marrero in the teal of the Miami Assassins, Rodriguez in the white. See that tape on his hair because he has that braid, so they wanted to make sure it wasn't in the way, so they taped it up tonight.
Yeah, no, we knew something about Marrero before the season, but Rodriguez, an unknown, and this is the kind of guy that tailor-made for this league. He's coming into his own here.
He's 21 years old, is Rodriguez, born in Atlantic City. Outside of TCL action, 7-0, all via stoppages, including one that he got in April that only went 3 rounds. So he's been, we don't know much about him in the beginning, but now, we do.
Yeah, he's been a pleasant surprise for Philadelphia, and in the meantime now, Marrero trying to use his experience to put Miami on the board.
Yeah, Rodriguez joined TCL last year, but this year just been phenomenal. Good body shot from Rodriguez. Right hand from Rodriguez gets through. As the Matrix is being figured out by Francisco Rodriguez.
Right after the Matrix had some of his best moments, Rodriguez answered.
Now, this is the only round that Rodriguez is going to fight, as Marrero will see him in the money rounds, round 20 to be exact. So if you're Cisco Rodriguez, you take advantage of it, lands an uppercut. Matrix swings and misses. Now, respect from the 21-year-old. I like it.
No, and that's really where he's trying to make his bones in this fight. Get past the jab and then do his work on the inside. Push off, send a message, and then there's some good sneaky work on the inside there by Rodriguez. That was a nice left hook to the body.
Philadelphia has won the first 3 rounds. They're up 30-27. Can Rodriguez extend that lead?
Well, Manero just threw a left hand all the way from Miami, and it just missed. I credit Rodriguez for seeing it and darting away from it just in time. Well, these are 2 good fighters. The skill level has been high in this one.
That's the reason they're 2 of the best teams in all of TCL. Right at the bell, Rodriguez lands one. Big smile from the 21-year-old. I think the Matrix like, wait a minute, where's this kid coming from?
Yeah, there's some mutual respect. They gave each other a lot in this contest. First of all, on the outside, saw the Matrix doing his best work, and then Rodriguez answering with the right hand. Nice, sweet lead right hand as Rodriguez leaped off that rope position to score. They both pulled a lot of tricks out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have scored the fight in favor for your winner by way of split decision. From the Philly Smoke, Francisco Rodriguez.
So 4-point lead now for Philly.
And a justifiable split. Could have gone either way. They both
and that
performed
brings your
well.
cumulative score 40-36. And now for the fighters in round number 5 for the Miami Assassins, Estri Suero. And for the Philly Smoke, Isaiah Johnson.
Isaiah Johnson has been fantastic in TCL. He's 17-1 in TCL action, the 22-year-old from Philadelphia. He's a southpaw. He likes to come out aggressive. I like his style. Outside of TCL, he's 11-1, has 7 stoppages. And this is the first time that we see Estri Suero. He's a Dominican, making his TCL debut, living in Las Vegas. Now an opportunity to fight for the Miami Assassins.
And so a big test and opportunity for him as the team is in danger of digging a pretty big hole, having lost the first 4. 3 of them very decisive, and that last one with Barrero was a good tussle. That was a split.
Suero, nicknamed El Puma. He's 25 years old, gets caught with the right, flashing his jab back at Johnson after he gets tagged. I saw Suero last year in Las Vegas on a Golden Boy show. He likes to throw bombs, Dave, but sometimes those bombs go below the belt. He was disqualified when he fought Floyd Schofield after repeated warnings for going below the belt.
And see, you have to maintain your composure when you're in there. And those bombs have to go above the belt. And why they go low often is because you're too far out when you throw it. And then you don't quite get it there.
So he would throw the bombs, but he was getting caught with bombs. Kind of what's going on here.
Well, there is a risk-reward component when you load up. And certain fighters have the personality that, I don't care, I'm loading up. It's kind of who they are. And if you want to do that, a good idea is to load up behind the jab or something that can give you a little bit of a distraction element.
Duke Johnson, 4-0 this year in TCL action. Fighter for the Philadelphia Smoke. Another one hard to find, but he'll swing for the fences as well, as you see with that swing and a miss.
He tried to throw his big money hand behind the jab, and though it missed because he threw the jab first and then tied up, he avoided a counter.
Johnson is so quick.
All these Philly fighters. Like one distinctive team characteristic, the quickness and the footwork.
Final seconds of round number 5. Philly has won the first 4. Will they make it 5 in a row? It's Duke Johnson doing work inside the ring for the smoke. Oh, he got cut. There's Duke Johnson. And he's expected to fight in round number 19. We'll see if he'll be able to continue.
Well, it's 50-50 when that cut occurs. We've seen a lot of fights get stopped the second time through. Johnson on the outside.
It's cut there.
The judges' scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. Isaiah Johnson.
So the Duke stays undefeated in TCL action this season. He's now 18-1. That's impressive overall.
The following round will be automatically scored 10-7 in favor of Kadir Albright. And now in the ring, representing the Miami Assassins, Pedro Vecchia. And for the Philly Smoke, Damian Tinorello.
That's what we're told. The commission did not approve that round, and so it goes as a 10-7 as opposed to a 10-9 if you've already fought, and then you can't come back out because of a cut. So Philly is sitting pretty.
Yes, they are. That's a big one, that 10-7 round. All right, so the Philadelphia squad in control of this round. That's Damian Tinorello, Air Force member, in the ring trying to keep Philly looking good.
Will have to overcome height and reach, and he's one of the few Philly fighters who doesn't have a nickname. There are very few fighters on the Miami team that have nicknames. So when you're going to look at adjustments, find some nicknames for your guys.
There's Pedro Vecchia.
A couple shots went low, but the referee was screened, and so
the 21-year-old Cuban who lives in Panama now, representing Miami. He's 7-1 in TCL action. Damian 1-1 this year. Born in Brooklyn, New Jersey. Fighting for the Philly Smoke, now living in Berlin, New Jersey.
Yet using his height and reach well, and he's got a nice left hook that has come in properly for him.
And these two will go at it in the money rounds as well, round number 18. Outside of TCL, Damian is a perfect 5-0. Playing his trade. As is Vieta, he's also 5-0, all of his via stoppages. The Cuban landing a right hand, and Damian coming right back with him.
Hey, going toe-to-toe. This is exciting here.
Love this. Less than a minute to go, and round number 7 has been all Philadelphia.
The coaches cringe when a guy with a height and reach advantage engages in the slugfest, but the fans love it.
Oh, absolutely. We love it here at TCL, Team Boxing League, as Pedro Vecchia trying to give Miami their first round. Upstairs. Oh, this is going to be fun when we see them again in round number 18 in the money rounds.
To pick up right where they left off here.
Absolutely. If you're Miami, you just got to start getting rounds any way possible. If you're down 8. Good back and forth action. Philly and Miami going at it in Pennsylvania.
This is the best performance thus far by a Miami fighter. Marrero had a good one earlier too, but this is the one that gave them their best chance up to this point. Philly fighter has other ideas. Beautiful uppercut and a nice, straight, hard right hand by Vieta. And I think these were the more glaring shots. Highlight reel types using his height and reach. Let's see if it gets Miami on the board.
And at the end of this round, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision from the Miami Assassins, Pedro Vieja. And your cumulative score up to this point, Philadelphia 69, Miami 62. In the ring for round number 8, please welcome from Miami, Rachel Beltran. And from the Philly Smoke, Joseph DeWaco.
All right, so we got the heavyweights ready to go for round number 8. Bubba Jenkins is ringside.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with Raheem Davis, and we were talking about the Team Combat League, the team concept. He gets to watch one of his teammates go against his opponent, and I was wondering what he learned. Can you tell us a little bit about what you learned to get your opponent in there?
Well, I like that kid Isaiah. He's very good. You know, he's fast, he's strong, but I felt like he kind of lost that fight because he started off late, but they gave it to him anyway. You know, he fought through a cut, he got cut, and still persisted, so I guess that's why you could say he won.
We're here in Philly, so there might be a little bit of home-cooked meals. They're a little bit there, but you got him later in the money rounds. You have 2 opponents tonight. How can you make some adjustments, or when will you be out there at the show?
Well, as I fight my first round, I just must walk through that and just try to relax, save that energy, because I know I'm gonna need it coming round 19 when I see how I can.
All right, you heard him. He got his adjustments. He's making his plans, talking to his coach. Back at you guys.
We got the heavyweights right now. Joey DeWeco, he's a veteran, he's been around, and Raciel Beltran making his TCL debut. And I love this about the opportunity that TCL gives different fighters. Beltran been tracing his dream to be a pro fighter. Here he is making his pro debut, and you give him Joey DeWeco. It don't matter. Let's go. Big boy against big boy.
You want your baptism? Here it is. By fire. And you know, the thing is, if you're good, you're going to grow very quickly. And we've seen fighters start out, be a little bit nervous the first time through, and 2 fights later, we're seeing them in the money rounds. With a good left hook to the body by Beltran, it made DeWeco tie him up.
Yeah, the tank, Joey DeWeco.
And like a true tank, if he gets going, then he can steamroll opponents. He might be slow to get it moving, but if he does, if you let him get anything established, then he's dangerous from a power perspective.
Yeah, the 35-year-old DeWeco has 45 pro fights outside of TCL action. He's fought in Germany, he's fought all over the place, all up and down the Eastern Seaboard. And in TCL action, you know, he's doing well. 19-4, 3 stoppages, also done bare knuckles. He's doing it all. This is a fighter right here.
You're a fighter, you look for what's open. You travel, you take different formats, and it keeps you in the gym, and it keeps you in shape.
And keeps him ready.
He's trying to punctuate what's an excellent.
That's what Joey DeWeco does right there. This format's perfect for him. Final seconds. of the launch rounds. It has been all Philly smoke in their backyard. Well, we were talking about early, Dave, in our pre-show meeting on the Open. Philadelphia is so strong, and they're looking that way right now.
Fundamentally strong, and here they haven't even done it with the power aspect. There was the 1-10-7 administratively. Good shot there by DeWaco. But they've been doing this with exceptional boxing skills to point by point.
And at the end of round number 8, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the fight in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Miami Assassins, Rachel Beltran.
All right. So Beltran gets Miami around, so they've won 2 rounds.
And your cumulative score, Philadelphia 78, Miami 72.
All right, so 78-72, Philadelphia undefeated this season, looking good at the end of the launch rounds. They started off strong. The women showed up for them. What will we see in the middle rounds? TCL, Team Boxing League from Philly, right here on Merit TV Sports.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car check?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want to.
As far as dumb drugs,
I'll give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
Sex.
it's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL, Team Boxing League, is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. We are in Pennsylvania. There you see the Philly skyline. Beth Durant, Dave Bontempo. We just saw the launch rounds. And Dave, it was Philadelphia doing what Philadelphia does, and that coming out strong and impressive.
Really such, and the fundamentals of this team were excellent. We saw the footwork, we saw the movement, we saw the jab, we saw them being able to toy with their opponents. Excellent ring generalship up and down the lineup for the Philadelphia fighters, able to win basically 6 of those 8, plus you've got the administrative thing thrown in between. So this is Philly doing what Philly does, and now Miami has a lot to try and overcome against this tough Philadelphia team.
And Philly won the first 5 rounds impressively. One of the big reasons is the way that the women came out for them. The highlights from the women right away. It started off strong.
And if you're going to have a strong team, you will be strong with the women. And this is what we saw from Jasmine Hampton right off the bat. Double switching, going back and forth between righty and lefty, and being on the right side of the score. An easy 10-9 win for the Smoke to get us started. And 2 rounds later, Philly kept the beat going with Ellis again, using the footwork, all the mechanics. This is a superior team mechanically. This was a good fight. We're going to see these fighters again but too much experience for Philadelphia there.
All right, so this is the middle rounds coming up next. And you're going to see from Miami, the monster, Unieski, Gonzalez, and Cody Russell. Philly's going to send Jesse Hart out there. That'll be a good one. And then opening it up will be Anna Verbeek from Miami and Shara May Patricio for the Philadelphia Smoke. So that's the middle lineup coming up next. But before we get there, though, Dave, there's got to be one round where this is the one you got to be careful with.
Jesse Hart. We've had our eye on him, not only with the lineage, with the Cyclone Hart, teaching him and all the connections with Philadelphia, Marvin Hagler all those years, but he has been one of those fighters who had a pro career, then coming down to this, and you think, oh, yeah, he'll dominate this, and he's been good. But this format has been showing you can't always dominate from a 12-round company into this. So I always love watching him to see how he's performing in this short fight.
Yeah, he's definitely a leader for the Philly Smoke. Will they stay undefeated? They're up at the end of the launch round. It's time now for the middle round. Our ring announcer, Mike Falvo, is ready to bring us the middle rounds.
And now, fans, next up, it's time for the middle rounds. In the ring, representing the Miami.
All right, so the women will open up round number 9. And there you see Anna
And
Verbeek.
now, fans, welcome to the middle rounds. It's round number 9. In the ring for Miami, please welcome Anna Verbeek. And for the Philly Smoke, Shara May Patricio.
Here's somebody yelling easy work. No way is this easy work. Both excellent fighters. Verbeek, the 30-year-old from Breda, Netherlands, now fighting for the Miami Assassins. And these two will go at it again in the money rounds. Verbeek this season, undefeated 3-0, as is Patricio, the Hawaiian, representing the Philly Smoke. She's 5-0. I love Patricio's style. You talk about a pit bull coming after you.
Yeah, so how is this going to be easy work for anybody?
Yeah. Well, if you're on the side as a fan, you got to yell at the person you're cheering on.
But if you were going to say who could make it easy for themselves, that would be Verbeek, operating behind the jab if she does well. But it's not going to be easy as Patricio swarming, like a heat-seeking missile right on her, timing behind the jab and coming inside trying to do some good work. This is a great matchup because of the contrast in styles.
Patricio from Waianae, Hawaii. That's a tough part of the island. You got to fight your way off the island there. She's a member of Team USA as an amateur. Comes after you. Was also TCL last year. So overall in TCL action, she's 10-1.
And Patricio knows that her chance is solely behind aggression, whereas Verbeek can stay outside and tap with the jab. Patricio has to take that away from her.
Yeah, Patricio might be Hawaiian, but she's all Philly. Made her professional debut last year at the 2300 Arena in Philly. So you got to fight your way out of the 2300. Sometimes you got to fight the crowd to get you your car.
Yeah.
It's a good spot. That's a legendary spot.
Philly Wars, yeah. I've had some of those situations, getting out of there.
Yeah, she's also fought in Atlantic City, at the Tropicana, also in Bethlehem, where she had her last fight back in March.
And
she's become East Coast. Forget the Hawaii. Forget the 808.
Having that tough layer is just excellent for you as you get into competition. You know how much more you have to dig down, how much more you have to give. This is not enough, I have to go more.
And Verbeek from the Netherlands has had one fight outside of TCL. She got the victory. That was on Memorial Day weekend in Louisville. These two are evenly matched.
Yeah, this is a real good one, and it won't be easy for the judges. They'll have to decide, did Verbeek do more on the outside, or did Patricio do more effective work inside? I think Patricio
Good right
done
hand
more.
for Patricio. Trying to close the round strong.
On this doubleheader, it's not just about skill, it's about will. Let's see who's got it. First, Jesse Hart in the Philly Smoke takes on Brendan Hernandez in the Las Vegas Hustle.
It's out, baby.
Then, Gustavo Trujillo and the Miami Assassins go to work against Michael Fontanez and the Boston Butchers. Philly, Vegas, then Miami, Boston, Friday at 9 on Merit TV.
Judge number 1 scores the fight 10-9 for Philly. Judge number 2 scores the fight 10-9 Philly. And judge number 3 scores the fight 10-9 for your winner by way of unanimous decision, Shara May Patricio.
How's it? The Hawaiian stays undefeated, and Philly extends their lead. They're up 88-81.
And good inside work is what
upcoming
brought
round
it
is
there.
brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. In the ring for round number 10, representing the Miami Assassins, Orestes Velasquez. And his opponent from the Philly Smoke at 135 pounds, Jose Adriel Diaz Rodriguez.
Orestes Velasquez for the Miami Assassins in the orthodox stance needs to get the Assassins around, as this night is getting away from them as they're down 88-81. The Cuban now living in Las Vegas. This is an opportunity for him, who is 0-6 this season, to get his first victory in TCL action this year. And it's an important time because Miami needs something, Dave.
Yeah, we've seen teams come back. We saw Atlanta come back from 7 down against Nashville last night and catch them at the wire. But this is a tough task because you don't have the big bopper. So you have to go fight by fight, round by round, claw your way back into it. And what you try to do is divide it up. You can't get it all back in one fight. You try to get it down to 3 or 4 by the end of the middle rounds and give yourself a shot.
Rodriguez, a 22-year-old from Albonito, Puerto Rico, fighting for the Philadelphia Smoke, making his TCL debut. And outside of TCL, he's had 1 fight. It ended with a stoppage. That was last October in Barranquita.
Well, we talk about things that make teams special, as we see Velasquez trying to line up a big shot. Philly has thrown a lot of fighters out there in their debuts, and they're winning.
That's an important part. Outside of TCL, Velasquez 8-1, 7 stoppages. As they're going back and forth, trading, the youngster Rodriguez and the southpaw trying to land a hook. What I also noticed about Philadelphia, they're young fighters, Dave. They come in with no respect at all. They just come after you. And now they're trading big shots upstairs.
Well, they've had all the abuse they want in their own gym. If they get out of their own gym, they're coming out, and there's a team swagger, which, there's a culture that breeds throughout a team that, hey, we're unbeaten, we're very good, we expect to win. Go out there and take care of business. You're egged on by your teammates, and it's really important for somebody making their debut to have that support from a winning team and winning teammates.
The Cuban Velasquez a couple years ago was on the David Benavidez, Caitlin Plant undercard at the MGM in Las Vegas. Been fighting around the Orlando area.
Tell you Rodriguez has been swarming.
Yes, he has.
He'll get points.
Oh, there he got tagged, though.
He'll get points for aggression, and the judges will decide if it's effective. He hasn't run into too many of those.
Was that enough for the Miami team?
That is the way you want to leave it with the judges,
Yeah,
if you're Velasquez.
Yeah, that was a good Cuba-Puerto Rico back and forth. And many of those fights over the years, always fun.
Always fun is right.
Yeah. The Smoker feeling good right now.
Yeah, that's a lively bench and
now at
lively
the end of
corral.
round number 10, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the fight. 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Jose Adriel Diaz Rodriguez.
And welcome you guy. Rookie doing it for the Smoke. We have an 8-point lead.
No experience, no problem.
When it's your night, it's your night.
Well, we made the point earlier about Philly, one of the top teams of bringing newcomers in who win their fights, and that's another example.
Stepping into the ring for round number 11 from the Miami Assassins, Tyler Jessica Schaefer. And for the Philly Smoke, Brianna Carrera.
Well, we've been talking about how the Philly Smoke, one of their strengths is the women that they have on their team, and Carrera is an excellent fighter for Philly. Born in Arlington, Texas, she's 6-4 in TCL action, including a stoppage.
All the championship teams at the top have strong performances from their women.
Schaefer from San Diego, California, fighting for the Assassins. Again, I know I sound like a broken record right now, Dave, but Miami needs a round. They need something.
Yeah, and this is a team that's been rolling. Remember, this is what makes it more impressive what Philadelphia is doing here. They're not in against a doormat team. They're in against a hot team.
There's a reason Philly's undefeated. And as the night progresses, they get more and more confident. You hear that noise ringside. That's from the Philadelphia Smoke. They have not stopped talking since the first round. With good reason.
Try to outfight them, try to out-talk them.
Just cheering on their squad. Carrera is 3-0 outside of TCL. All three of those fights coming last year in Dallas.
And the top teams really do show you something consistent all the way through.
Yeah.
Philly here, it's the jab first fundamentals. All the fighters have had a good grasp of the fundamentals needed to do well. Start with the jab, try to outpoint, and then try for power if you think you've already got the fight.
And give Coach Bob Kane of the Philadelphia Smoke a lot of credit, knowing who to pick up, put on the spot, knowing which rounds to go with. And here you see Brianna Carrera attacking. Continuing to look strong are the Philly Smoke.
And they've done it so far without the big power numbers, 10-8, 10-7, although we're seeing
we have
Carrera going for it.
Yeah. Schaefer's game, but it's Carrera in control. Carrera only 21 years old.
Yeah, that young
Bright
Philly
future.
look. That Philly look. They're giving you the idea they're going to be good for years to come.
Upstairs goes Carrera. An overhand right, followed by a left, another right hand. Carrera closing out the round strong.
So Philly continuing their excellence. Nice left hook by Carrera. And blocks the shot on the way in. Takes a chance. Got hit with one because she was lunging, and then landed a good shot after that.
We go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Brianna Carrera.
That's an excellent fighter right there.
Your cumulative score, Philadelphia 108, Miami 99.
They have to fight for their place on the team just as much.
That's a great point.
This round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of the TCL. In the ring for round number 12, from the Miami Assassins, Raheem Davis. His opponent from the Philly Smoke, Henry Cedeno. This bout at 147 pounds.
Now, Henry Cedeno, this is a talented young man. I've called a couple of his fights. Outside of TCL, he's 16-0, 12 KOs, nicknamed La Bazooka, from Romana, Dominican Republic, now living in Reading, Pennsylvania. And he lives up to the nickname of Bazooka.
And it's interesting that an up-and-coming fighter will select TCL. You know, we know that it's there for veterans, but here's a guy with a rising career outside of this, but also looking for the one-round cut.
And there he is, staggering Davis, and Cedeno on the prowl.
Bazooka indeed.
That was a slip, big swing and a miss. Davis is gonna fight in the money round. Cedeno only gets one. To your point, Dave, about the TCL, a lot of these fighters do TCL because they love the team concept of it, and also it keeps them sharp.
Yeah, they're in the gym, they're with teammates, it keeps them working out strong, plus they get paid in this league as well, and it's a different way to rise.
When you go to the body, you're working on things. A lot of these guys talk about how it gives them an opportunity to fine-tune some of the things in their arsenal, and also you can only spar so much, train so much. The competitive juices of actually having a fight, make weight, all that stuff that TCL offers.
And there's another component to it. It teaches you what it's like to fight in one round. So let's just say outside of this, you're in a fight that goes to the final round dead even.
Yeah.
You know what you have to do in one round. You've been in the one-round sprint. Boy, he's a predator tonight. And when you're fighting a taller guy, he's not discouraging Cedeno from coming in. Davis would love to be popping out that double jab and moving, but Cedeno has taken that away from him. He doesn't even trust his jab because he's getting hit.
An excellent round for Henry Cedeno, el Dominicano. Up next will be Ronnie Alvarez and Ray Robinson, the new Ray Robinson. And Davis looking tired. Been a long 3 minutes for Raheem Davis against Henry Cedeno.
And we've seen Davis in other situations be one of Miami's better fighters.
Yes.
But he just got bludgeoned.
And Davis is going to have to come back for round number 19.
But this was a Philly beatdown. As we see, even though he takes some shots here, good right hand there by Cedeno, almost dropped his opponent. And, you know, we would have a slip in these situations here, but he kept on peppering and attacking. Have to love his aggression.
Round number 12, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Hendry Centeno.
4 rounds in, the middle rounds, and it's all Philly. They're up 10, 118-108, as they are cruising at home.
And now in the ring for round number 13 at 168 pounds for the Miami Assassins, Ronnie Alvarez. For the Philly Smoke, the new Ray Robinson.
Now this is a style of veteran against a youngster. The 20-year-old Ronnie Alvarez from Cuba. The 39-year-old vet Ray Robinson. Ringside, Bubba Jenkins standing by with a special guest.
That's right, I'm here with Sharon May Patricio. Listen, I wanted to talk to Sharon May about being from Hawaii. You're from Hawaii, got a big family. Tell us about how you got into boxing.
My dad, he was a boxer, and it was unintentional. He just taught us as self-defense. Me and my siblings were like the ones running around playing. We'll come here and there and just come to spar. But then we started going nationals. We started winning. Me and my 8 siblings were all national champs. Me and my brother, Junior.
8 siblings?
8 siblings.
All national champs.
Yeah.
Man, so that means you have a lot of boxing knowledge. So you got the money rounds coming up. With your 8 siblings watching, with your family watching, what do you got? What's your strategy for the money rounds?
Oh, we coming for her head. We're taking it home, baby. We're taking it home.
You heard it, Patricio right here, coming for the head right there.
It's time to eat and sweep. Let's get it.
Back to you guys.
And shout out to her dad, Lyndon Patricio. That's right, 8 kids, all in the boxing family. Aloha to the 808. And we'll see Sharon May in round 23. Right now it's Ronnie Alvarez. And the teal for the Miami Assassins, the Cuban, against the veteran, the new Ray Robinson.
And the new Ray Robinson in a new spot, 24, finishing out the contest, giving him a chance to close the show in anticipation of, at that time, this being a close fight. But Philly has had a wonderful performance, top to bottom, up to this point.
Yeah, Alvarez did a lot of work for Cuba, representing them at the World Youth Boxing Championships back in Spain in 2022, where he won a medal.
And now with this being 2 lefties, the advantage of fighting a lefty fighting a righty is gone. So it's now about the quick footwork, the angles. You have to do a lot of head feinting to try and create an opening, as we just saw Alvarez do to open up a straight left hand. And you could do all these things and they're fine up to a point, and sometimes you just lower your head and say, I'm going after him. That seems to be what Alvarez is doing here.
He's a standout amateur, not fighting in the United States, Ronnie Alvarez. I like his style. And he'll be in round 24 against Ray Robinson. They'll close out the money rounds, but it might not matter the way that the Philadelphia Smoke has continued to build points.
Well, what I liked about Alvarez here is he was the one that took the chance in this lefty versus lefty matchup to change the style and create some excitement, which he did. Take a look at that aggression. Takes one, but he comes in straight ahead, even when there's no angle. And that was a nice, sneaky right hook that got in.
All 3 judges have scored the fight 10-9 in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Miami Assassins, Ronnie Alvarez.
So finally, Miami
Your
gets a
total
round.
score, Philadelphia 127, Miami 118.
Down 9. If they could get a couple of knockdowns, get back into this. You want to close out the middle round strong, and they'll be doing that because they'll have Yusmel Ruiz, Yunieski Gonzalez, and Nestor Santana coming up.
A place for recovery and self-discovery. In the ring for round number 14, from the Miami Assassin, Yusmel Ruiz. And in the ring for the Philly Smoke, Jesse Hart.
All right, so Miami got the last round. Now it's Yusmel Ruiz and the veteran Jesse Hart. Bubba, how's the Miami squad looking right now? What's the vibe over there?
Well, they're definitely cheering their squad on. You know, they definitely feel like some of these judgments should have went their way, but all the fighters feel that way. You're not going to find one TCL Combat League fighter that doesn't feel like they should have won a split decision. So you're always going to get that. I got Raheem Davis saying, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. But listen, this is going to be a really good matchup right here with Jesse Hart being the heart of Philadelphia's team and Miami just coming away with a little bit of momentum, trying to steal what they have left of this fight.
And I know you've been roaming around the rings. What's Philadelphia? Where every time they show Philadelphia on the screen, they're not sitting.
Yeah, they have a lot of good camaraderie. You know, their team is put together very well. And that's one of the reasons why some of the teams that are at the top of the TCL have a really good camaraderie. They really have taken on that team combat concept, and some of the teams haven't. And the ones that are at the top are really built very nicely from top to bottom, from women to heavyweight. And, you know, Philly is one of those teams.
Hey, Bubba, we know that Germán Cansedo, the coach for the Miami Assassins, he's intense. What's he look like right now?
Very, very intense. He's a little quiet. He looks like he's wanting to kill something, but, you know, you can tell that these coaches want it for their fighters. You know, they're biting down on their mouthpiece. If they have them, they're biting down, they're squeezing. After these coaches get done, they feel like they got to work out in as well. So that's some of the most cherished of coaches.
And on your screen, you see the Philadelphia team, exactly what I was talking about. They all stand up throughout the fight. They don't sit. They're cheering them on. Does it feel like Philadelphia has this in the bag?
It does. It really does. You know, Miami definitely still is spirited. Don't get me twisted. I'm on their side, and they definitely still have a lot of cheer and a lot of spirit left. But with Philly being who they've been all year, coming up, if they get this win, we'll be on a 9-fight win streak. Looking forward to Las Vegas. Without them looking over Miami, Philly Smoke is home. They're doing what they need to do, and as you're seeing the captain in the ring right now, Jesse Hart, just doing what he has to do to get away with his rounds and win for his team.
One of the most fundamentally sound teams we have seen all year, Philadelphia.
And they want that repeat. Don't get it twisted. You know, they know what the leagues look like when you become legendary when you can repeat. And they've been feeling like they've been disrespected all year. They've heard about Las Vegas and all these other teams, but they said until they get knocked off, they're the champions.
And Jesse Hart is in the zone. The way that he's moving around, and look at this twirl, Dave. Oof.
I twisted around, quick shot there. That's the athleticism. And then let's start to dance to the music over here.
That's that savvy vet just feeling good about himself.
I mean, doing the little things a veteran does to make a difference.
And at the end of round number 14, we go to the official scorecard. The judges have scored the fight 10-9 Miami, 10-9 Philadelphia, and 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision from the Philly Smoke, Jesse Hart.
Maybe the little piece at the end did the difference.
Always a good lesson, too, that even though you won the fight, it was a split decision. It gives you something to keep working toward.
Stepping into the ring for round number 15 from the Miami Assassins, Unieski Gonzalez. And from the Philly Smoke, Cody Russell.
Philly continues to pack on points, extend their lead, and Cody Russell, who has a limited background in TCL, only 4 rounds for TCL action, the 29-year-old, they're going to give him the man they call the monster, Unieski Gonzalez, who's fought for world titles, coming up short, the veteran from Cuba, who's 39 years old. He's got 27 pro fights. He's got 22 rounds in TCL. And Unieski, having known him for years, when he is in that ring, he is always in control, Dave.
Yeah, a veteran fighter. See, he's showing that skill on the outside here, the jab, and then stepping back. This is a good way to hit and not get hit. And on the flip side, Russell is being thrown in here. He's getting some experience.
Unieski in TCL has 3 stoppages. In his boxing career has 17 KOs in his 21 victories.
There's a real challenge for him to harness that power and try for something more than 10-9 here, because this would be a good boost for his team if he was able to do that.
And we'll see these guys again in round 22. Unieski fought an undefeated Australian prospect back in 2023, Paulo Alcuso. He went to Australia. Got stopped by Andre Durrell in Minnesota. Got stopped by Zurdo Ramirez, who's now at a cruiserweight. He's had some brawls over the years.
He got into top-level fights against top-level opponents for high profile.
No.
So now when you come into here, you try to change it over and say, okay, I'm the top guy here. I'm coming into this circuit, and I should have the edge.
Remember the name Jean Pascal? 10 years ago, he went up with him in Mandalay Bay. Did Unieski. That was on a Kovalev card. He also fought a Hall of Fame weekend against Ukrainian prospect at the time, Slava Shabransky, up at Turning Stone in Verona. And he had a big brawl with the nail Alexander Vatsky that ended in the 3rd. They went back and forth. So the 39-year-old's been around the block, and he's in control of this one.
Well, he is loading up right hand like there's a press conference. Here it comes. Well, I want you to know.
Hey, Miami's down 10. He knows, knowing the world of TCL, how it works, he knows points matter, and if you can get a stoppage.
Yeah, and toward that, he looked a little upset that the referee stopped it here for the mouthpiece, because he would like to get more than that 10-9, but it looks like the clock is going to run out on him.
Russell goes down as Unieski Gonzalez loading up, dropping Russell.
Well, there's one extra point.
You said time was running out in that round. He caught it the last few seconds, and they'll do it again in round 22. The monster with a look at Russell, who goes back to his corner bloody.
And that's why he was upset when that mouthpiece came out. Let's take a look at this mouthpiece. Let's look at the shot here. Boom. That's how 10-9 becomes 10-8. And he was looking for a chance to make this 10-7.
And that was right before that, where the mouthpiece went. Unieski knew, hey, there's gamesmanship here.
Yeah.
For the scorecard. Winner of this round by a score of 10-8, Unieski Gonzalez.
That's good for Miami as they climb back into it.
You need those big numbers, and he was able to provide that. Boy, if he'd stopped him.
Total score, Philadelphia 145, Miami 137. In the ring for round number 16 at 205 pounds, from the Miami Assassins, Nestor Santana. And across the ring from the Philly Smoke, Konja Nathan.
Konja Nathan. He has some power in his hands. He's got 3 stoppages in TCL. Nestor Santana from Miami. He's got 1 stoppage in TCL. These heavyweights, Dave, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't need all 3 minutes here.
No, and especially, for both of these fighters, you're just seeing a dynamic performance by Miami as they try to claw back in with their big fighters here.
Santana, 6'3". He's 2-0, both via stoppage outside of TCL. That was a couple years ago. He got 16 rounds of TCL action. Konja Nathan, been a good fighter for the Philly Smoke. Born in New York area, lives in Yonkers now. He's 12-7 in TCL. There's not gonna be much boxing in this round. This is the final one of the middle rounds.
It's a load-up situation.
Yes, it is.
Big shot in. I'm going to line it up. And you talk about not needing the whole 3 rounds. We saw that decisive knockout last night for Atlanta inside of 30 seconds of the final fight. So thunderous developments can happen at any moment.
Konja with the nickname Don't Blink. In Miami, you just need to stay close enough to get to the money rounds. As Nathan moves back Santana. Santana with the die job for this week, TCL action.
Nathan trying to get back the points his team just lost. And Santana trying for a big parlay.
Referee splitting them up. Miami on the road. Philadelphia undefeated, controlling this match. But could momentum be slowly shifting?
If Miami gets this, it will be 3 points in 2 fights and a good exit. Miami exited the launch rounds pretty well.
We're done with the middle rounds. A little extracurricular. These two only fight 1 round, so maybe they want to go 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Don't blink. We didn't. Nestor Santana.
Okay, this fight got bogged down a little bit. The tying up and the pace was not scintillating for.
Yeah, they were both looking for that big shot.
Round 16, we go to the scorecard. All 3 judges scored the fight in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Konja Nathan. Your score at the end of the middle rounds. Philadelphia 155, Miami 146.
Big by Konja Nathan, getting that round, making it a 155-146 lead for the Philadelphia Smoke. The undefeated Philly Smoke at home, looking strong on TCL Team Boxing League. Oh, can they close it out? Money rounds to come, and Philly's gonna send some of their strong women in those money rounds. Can Miami answer back. Can the monster knock him out again? We'll find that out and more on Merit TV Sports.
You were tortured as a child.
My mother taught me how to be a very good liar without any conscience.
The autopsy's been done, but they're hearing the results for the first time now.
This was a homicide masquerading as a suicide.
You were in the basement chained to the pole. What happened in that room?
When Balance of Nature came out, it intrigued me not just by what it is, but by what it is not. Patients began asking me about it. Hey, doc, have you tried this? You know, I'm just curious about it. And I thought, you know, understanding what it is, I should try that. So I tried it, and it's been a great experience. I trust Balance of Nature because I trust the simplicity of what it is.
Get 35% off your first set by using discount code FIGHT.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
You can join the action live by getting tickets to an upcoming Team League event. Next week, TCL goes to Philly as the Miami Assassins take on the Boston Butchers in an East Coast showdown. Then in the nightcap, you'll see the Hustle from Vegas take on the Philly Smoke. Then on Saturday, Team Boxing League is back in the Lone Star State for another action-packed doubleheader. Get your tickets, just scan the QR code on your screen. Whew. Philadelphia Smoke looking really, really good. Beth Duran, Dave Bontempo with you. And Dave, we knew that Philly was a team that was loaded, but I didn't think they were going to come out this strong against such a good Miami team.
Yes, the Miami team was hot. We're seeing the Philly women have been perfect in this matchup tonight, and we'll see more of that coming through. The Philly women have set a tone for the team, and we're also seeing the newcomers come in and do a great job. We're seeing the great fundamentals of this team, the footwork, the jabbing, the team concept with everybody staying on top of it, rooting for each other. This Philly team right now is the best we have seen them all year, and they're approaching juggernaut status.
As before we get to the money round, we got to show you highlights of what happened in the middle rounds as Philly continues to look strong.
Yeah, this has been a great performance all the way through with Brianna Carrera, and this was an excellent fight back and forth. She controlled on the outside and just had a little bit more to get past, and at that point, keep Philly perfect in the middle rounds. Tough call, she gets it. Good fight all the way through.
Philly won the first 4 in the middle rounds. Round 15, though, Miami trying to crawl back in. Their veteran, El Monstro, Yunieski Gonzalez. He has a big right hand, Dave.
Oh, he sure does, and he was running out of time, but he found just enough time to make a statement. He was hoping for the 10-7, but he'll at least take the 10-8, as that was the big highlight of the night so far for Miami. The clock robbed him of 10-7, but he did get the 10-8 for his team.
All right, so the matchups for the money rounds, we're going to get going with the women. Valle against Rashida Ellis. Also, Raheem Davis and Duke Johnson will go back and forth. That's going to be a good one, but there's got to be one, Dave. All right, look out for this one. What's it going to be?
Right off the bat, the women's fight.
Really?
Ellis, yes, because you know what? We've been talking about them, and this is one to watch. There are some secondary ones too, but we're watching the women right now.
And Rashida Ellis won that battle earlier. She won round 3. She'll kick it off round number 17. Money rounds coming your way. Can Philly hold on to the lead and stay undefeated? Let's go back to our ring announcer, Mike Falvo.
Fans, welcome to the money rounds. First up at 126 pounds from the Miami Assassins, Ali Alessandra Pajuelo Valley. And her opponent from the Philly Smoke, Rashida Ellis.
Rashida Ellis took care of business in round 3. What can she do in round 17? Valle from the Miami Assassins. She's tough, she's game.
Yeah, we saw her putting the pressure on in that first fight, and that's what she'll be trying to do again. And we'll see Ellis trying to move laterally, be elusive, and Valle has made her first adjustment, starting by getting closer.
In round 3, Valle was super aggressive, trying to get inside of Rashida Ellis. She was effective at times, but Ellis, with that fantastic footwork, able to get away.
Well, Valle made her work for it.
Valle suffered her first loss of TCL this year.
So if you're Valle, what you really try to do here, get close so that Ellis cannot settle into that foot movement and get on the bicycle.
Couple less from Ellis landing upstairs.
And that is the flip side. When you have to go in, you might have to go in recklessly and get tagged.
Well, Miami down 155, 146. They're going to have to do some things that might be reckless if they're try to get into that lead.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Philly, you don't want to be scoreboard watching right now. You've got to be saying, you know what? We have to be thinking of championship fights down the road. We need to keep that championship culture and caliber, keep that foot on the pedal. Like, I don't want to look at this and see a 3-point win later. That's what the coaching staff has to be coming across with.
I'm pretty sure Bob Kane, the coach of the Philly Smoke, letting his fighters know, like, if you lose a round is one thing. Don't get knocked out. Because those 3 points are huge for a team that might be desperate like the Miami Assassins.
Yeah, that is their only ticket to come back. And we're seeing Ellis really have to pull out the boxing stops because she's got a very good, tough, durable, bull-like opponent on her. And some of the adjustments I talked about might be happening to Valle as she gets close. And Ellis is fighting a little bit more off the ropes and in the corner than we're used to seeing for her.
Now we get to the center of the ring. Ellis in white. Uppercut goes through. Right hand from Valle. The women exchanging.
Ellis set her up to walk into that uppercut.
That's a beautiful move from Ellis and her teammates loving it. Final seconds of round number 17. The Philly Smoke continue to control in their backyard. That was a good matchup. I would like to see 10 rounds of that.
Yeah. Valle made Ellis fight in spots we don't usually see her have to fight from.
That was probably the toughest round that Ellis has had this season.
Yeah, because look, Valle right on top of her, landing some quality shots. And when she did this and got closer, she took away some of Ellis's best
At the end of round
instincts.
17, we go to the scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Rashida Ellis. This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. In the ring for round number 18, from the Miami Assassins, Pedro Vecchia. And his opponent from the Philly Smoke, Damian Tinarello.
All right, so these two went at it in round 7. One of the few bright spots for Miami in the launch round, as Vitea got the victory over Damian Tinarello. 10-point lead for the Philly Smoke. Vitea needs a round here for the Miami Assassins. He was super aggressive when we saw him earlier this evening. But how will he react after having been on the bench, getting cold for the last half hour?
Yeah, some fighters warm up and keep themselves that certain level of sweat. You don't want to be bone dry when you come out. It's a real technique to how you handle the time in between.
Up next will be Raheem Davis and Duke Johnson. Vitea taking his time here. I didn't expect that he'd come out more aggressive.
Well, there is the team concept, and then there's also you have to stay within who you are. And he remembers from last time that it was a battle royal in the middle. So you have to feel that you can handle what's coming back.
Member of the Air Force, Damian Tinarello from New York, fighting for the Philly Smoke. In and out of Vitea.
Yeah, and for Vitea, that would be a good thing to do, and then set up your right hand like that from the outside.
Approaching a minute to go in round number 18. Now Vitea letting his hands go a bit. But I was expecting more urgency from the man.
Well, more high risk and high reward for him here. What he tried to do earlier was land that power shot from the outside because he's got the height and reach.
Now they're doing what we expected. Vitea, overhand right. Tinarello going to the body. The taller Vitea trying to take advantage of that reach. Three rights in a row from Vitea.
That's what he's been trying to set up this whole fight. And he tried to do it stylistically for the first part of this round. Tried to do it behind the jab. Now he's just firing it. Instinct now outweighs technique.
Good round between the youngsters.
Turning point in that round as good right hand over there by Vitea. He gets nailed a few times here. That right hand bails him out. And then he decides, okay, I guess we're going to war inside.
And at the end of round 18, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the round in favor of your winner. By way of unanimous decision from the Miami Assassins, Pedro Vitea.
All right, so Vitea gets a point for Miami.
Round number 19 has been automatically scored 10-9 in favor of Miami, as Isaiah Johnson can no longer compete.
We talked about that before with the
that cut on the eyebrow.
We don't see fighters come back too much on the same night from that.
No need for that risk.
Your updated score, Philadelphia 183, Miami 175. And now fans, let's welcome the competitors for round number 20. From the Miami Assassins, Claudio Ezequiel Merero Guzman. And his opponent from the Philly Smoke, Jose Adriel Diaz Rodriguez.
Mentioned this before as the honorable mention round to watch the first time they fought. and it tees up as another real good one again.
Claudio Moreno, the Matrix, the Dominican. Rodriguez, the southpaw in white. So an 8-point lead for the Philly Smoke. Miami cannot afford to lose another round. So in TCL, if you're cut, most likely you're not going to continue. That's Duke Johnson. So Duke won round number 6. But because of that cut, unable to continue. There you see him working on that eyebrow to keep the swelling down.
It happened fairly late.
Wow.
And that's something that is one of those casualties that not only keeps you out for the rest of this night, but it could affect you for a couple weeks, maybe even longer.
Now, if this was Mega Brawl, I'm pretty sure he'd be going at it.
Well, he
would be going at it.
He'd want to be going at it, but that would be a commission decision.
Yeah, depending on, it didn't look like it was a bad cut, but you're Philadelphia, you have the lead. Let's be err on the side of caution.
Well, at that point, these become administrative matters.
Yes, it is. It's the beauty of having an undefeated season and having a big lead.
And with that also comes the luxury of working in new fighters, trying certain fighters in certain spots. Like here we have Rodriguez, a relative newcomer, in the money rounds, and he's blossomed within the last month for Philadelphia.
Doing a real good job for the Smoke. Again, Bob King, a lot of credit for what he's done with his Philly squad. Putting fighters in the right position to succeed. With Rodriguez on the ropes, I don't know if that's a good idea against the Matrix Moreno.
No, we're not seeing his explosiveness that we thought we would see.
And the Miami fighters are coming out with the power hand loaded. Like they're just looking for a shot, knowing that they're in desperate mode.
Yeah, you might as well at least spend some time in every fight going for the 3, which would be a 10-7.
The only thing that's going to keep you in. And they're running out of time.
And on the flip side, it's a rarity that we see a fighter that absolutely must have a knockout get it.
Yeah, too.
Everybody knows.
Left hand is loaded from Moreno, but he hasn't let it go. And time is dwindling.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
This will be a 10-9 and no opportunities to do more. He'll be happy if he can get a split.
I don't think either of them broke a sweat in that round.
No, this was this one was anticlimactic compared to their first one. Good jab from Moreno.
Good job by our replay crew finding that.
And they didn't have too much to look at that one.
And at the end of round number 20, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Miami Assassins, Claudio Ezequiel Moreno Guzman.
So Miami still has a pulse with 4 rounds to go.
This round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of the TCL. In the ring for round number 21, from the Miami Assassins, Yusmail Ruiz. And his opponent from the Philly Smoke, Jesse Hart.
Jesse Hart, the veteran, say the leader of this Philly Smoke squad, Bubba Jenkins. It was super loud in the middle rounds. It doesn't sound as loud. What's going on?
Well, you can see what's going on. You know, Philly is running away with it. One-way traffic. It's going down the way Philly would like it to. You know, I'm pretty much watching Miami regulate themselves to individual matchups. You know, it's no longer a team concept. You know, these guys are out here winning for themselves and winning for pride. Of course, you know, they've got to get ready for the playoffs because, you know, they'll be in the playoffs. But nonetheless, Philly Smoke has regulated them to looking at individual matchups.
What do you think of the fact, Bubba, that the first one was a split decision for these guys? What adjustments do they make coming off of that?
Well, I would think that the guy from Miami would like to be more aggressive, you know. Jesse Hart being at home, winning the last round. Yeah, it was a split, but he felt, you know, Jesse felt like it was a bad judgment when we heard the split. So, you know, the Miami fighter has to be more aggressive. You know, Yazul has to get in his face and, you know, really push that point, because if they're going to let Jesse just bounce around and move, and, you know, he's eventually going to start talking and the crowd's going to get involved, then you know what that's going to look like here in a second.
Yusman Ruiz gets thrown against the ropes by the veteran Jesse Hart of the Philadelphia Smoke.
This is what's called being on your bike right here. What Jesse's doing is, you know, just sticking and moving and really being on the good foot. Being back pedaling, slide to slide, moving around the ring. He's practicing what you would call the sweet science. This is boxing at its finest. Hitting the guy, swinging on the guy, doing what he needs to do, and getting up out of there, clinching when it gets a little ugly, but you're watching a veteran at work.
Do you think he does the same thing if this is a one-point fight between the teams, or do you think that the score will influence how he's doing this?
I think the score 100% influences how he does it, because we've seen in the TCL guys need knockouts and then go and get it, like we saw in Atlanta last night, and one-punch win by Atlanta's team. Just needing that, having to have that anxiety on your team, having to have that anxiety from your coach. Some guys go out there and get it done. Like with this one, you just need to, you know, not go out here and give up anything big. And a lot of times you see that from the veteran guys, the older guys, the guys that have been in the TCL for a little bit. It's the younger guys with the anxiousness that come out and sometimes swing when they don't need to and get knocked down when they shouldn't.
Jesse Hart and Yusman Ruiz. Hart got the previous decision by a split decision. What will happen in this one, as it looks like it's going to go to the judges' scorecards as the final seconds of round number 21. An 8-point lead so far for Philadelphia. So Hart has done this a couple times tonight, Dave, where he spins the fighter around.
Yeah, this is when he's in his groove. See the jab, the right hand, and then the spin. It's all part of the good movement, the shtick, and it keeps him on balance.
At the end of round number 21, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Jesse Hart. Round number 22 has been automatically scored 10-7 to Miami. This round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place for recovery and self-discovery. In the ring for round number 23, from the Miami Assassins, Anna Verbeek. And her opponent from the Philly Smoke, Shara May Patricio.
So the previous round goes 10-7 for Miami as Junieski Gonzalez, who had knocked down Cody Russell in the middle rounds. Russell unable to continue, so 10-7 for Miami. That makes it the updated scorecard, and we're now in round number 23. The Hawaiian, Shara May Patricio, who grew up swimming, wrestling, but it was gymnastics where she was thriving. She was competing nationally in gymnastics. Eventually, she got into her dad Lyndon's sport of boxing, And once she got a couple victories, said, oh, this is it. So the Hawaiian has a very big athletic background.
And, you know, she fights with a big heart, a tank. And the first time they met, she got right inside that Verbeek jab and did her good work there. Well, I'll tell you what, that 10-7 for Miami underscores how important all those string of victories were, and that fast start for Philadelphia. It provided the cushion that maybe they didn't expect to use there, but very happy that they had it.
Her sister Shailene competed at the 2024 U.S. Olympic trials, came up short in her bid to go to Paris, but it's a fighting family. And Sharon May spent a lot of time in Colorado at the Olympic Training Center. The Hawaiian fighters are always represented strong with the Hawaiian flag wherever they go. Remember Brian Valoria, the Hawaiian Punch?
That's the Hawaiian Punch.
He was a champion. MMA, you have Max Holloway representing well for her.
And we're seeing more Hawaiian Punch here. Good work on the inside here. And Patricia not fighting like someone trying to protect a five-team lead. Now, we saw Jesse Hart on the bicycle with the big lead for Philly, knowing what the situation was. But,
oh, you hear that chant, Dave? The na-na-na-na. Goodbye. The Philadelphia Smoke Squad feeling good. Because they had that 6-point lead, and the way that Sharon May Patricia's come out here is going to put this one, as Chick Hearn would say, in the fridge.
And she's fighting like she wants it still to be a 9-point lead. So the score looks like it will never matter to her.
I'm telling you, Sharon May is a fun fighter. Oh, good right hand for the Hawaiian. Representing Waianae well. No joke.
Well, and what you like about that, and why you'd want to have her deep in the lineup in later matchups, is this tiger-like ferocity, because you're going to need these in close fights too. Patricio getting inside, thinking that she has a chance to do more against Verbeek here. We're not sitting on anything.
At the end of round number 23, we go to the scorecard. All three judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Philly Smoke, Sharon May Patricio.
How's it? And that'll do it. As Miami is going to go down, but you know they're going to have a lot of pride.
24. For the Miami Assassins, Ronnie Alvarez. And for the Philly Smoke, Ray Robinson.
Always the thing to keep in mind, regardless of the score and even when it's decided, all these fighters are still being evaluated by their coaches. They still need a spot in the lineup next week. They have to answer to their teammates for how they're doing. That's one aspect of the team element here. So, and you only get a couple cracks a week after all the practice. So, doesn't matter what the score is to these fighters.
For Ronnie Alvarez, he got the decision in round 13 over the new Ray Robinson. This is one where you're just fighting for pride. This is one, if you're Ronnie Alvarez, you're like, I might see you, Ray Robinson, in Mega Brawl 3. Maybe I'm gonna send you a message right now.
Yeah, message right now, and immediately after this is over, and on the flight back home, and when you are home, your coach is saying, this is what I think you did well, you didn't do well. It's interesting that it is a sport that operates both as a team concept and as an individual enterprise in your continual quest for improvement.
Body work from Alvarez halfway through the 24th and final round. If you're Herman Concedo, coach of Miami, you're going to look back at the launch rounds and say, that was tough. They gave up the first 5 rounds, dug themselves a hole and never able to climb out. The middle rounds is Alvarez winning a round and Yunieski Gonzalez with a 10-8, and that was it. And for Coach Bob Kane, he has his Philadelphia Smoke Squad rolling right now. Every move is an excellent move.
This is the best they've looked all year as they've rolled into mid-season form. Well, this is a good team that they did this to tonight.
Absolutely.
Playoff team.
Yeah, Miami is no pushover. It's not a team that has won at all. This is a team that some people think could be somebody you see at Mega Brawl 3 in the final one. Now, this is not the last time these two are going to see each other. Come playoff time, they're going to clash.
And so what will each team take out of this if indeed they clash again?
And all I'm taking out of this is that the Philadelphia Smoke is a team that is loaded on the women's side. Do not look past Patricio or Ellis. Look at the smiles from the team there.
Yeah, this is a team that is showing you championship timber.
And also Brianna Carrera, the young Texan, doing well for Philly.
And now, fans, at the end of round number 24, we go to the scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round 10-9 in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Miami Assassins, Ronnie Alvarez.
There's something to build on for that team. A sweep there.
Alvarez goes 2-0 tonight, and that'll do it. Philadelphia controlled from the opening round, controlled the middle rounds, and they control the money round. They win 229 to 223. Oh man, the Philly Smoke at home. They were a big favorite. They showed why. Strong women, they showed why. They came out aggressive, they came out strong, and they did not stop from the opening bell. Jesse Hart and the Smoke taking care of business in Philly. Oh man. TCL, Team Boxing League.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did!
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will watch!
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32. A drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to all the firefighters across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Philadelphia Smoke showed why they're the team that you have to chase. The team that is undefeated. The team that you cannot give away any kind of rounds. And let's look at the knockdown of the night, and it was in round 15. One of the few bright spots for Miami, Dave.
Yeah, as Gonzalez comes in here with a big shot, and that was a 10-8 at the end of the round, and it would become 3 more points in the launch rounds, in the money rounds, because the Philadelphia fighter not able to come out. So this is a 5-point swing, and this was Miami's big moment.
And that was the only blip on the radar for the Philly Smoke, as Cody Russell got dropped by Unieski Gonzalez. But all of it was all about Philadelphia. Let's hear from Mike Falvo inside the ring.
And now, fans, it is time to introduce your round of the night. Your round of the night is round number 18, Pedro Vecchia versus Damian Citarello. Your third star of the night, Unieski Gonzalez. Your second star of the night from the Philly Smoke, Shara May Patricio. And your number 1 star of the night from the Philly Smoke, Jesse Hart.
I'm here with the number 3 star of the night. Got a great knockout, and you posed on him, got to dance a little bit. How'd you feel about your victory and your little victory stance?
No, es excelente, me siento en excelentes condiciones, ready para robarme el show en la competencia. Ya perdí una pelea y no pienso perder 2.
He says he's ready every time he comes. He lost last week and he didn't plan to lose another one now, so he's excited to be back and competing.
Well, congratulations. And something else?
Y convoco a todos los peleadores de la división, como los chiquitos de los grandes, que vengan a pelear. Son 3 minutos, vamos a hacer un show, vamos a pelear, enfocarnos a pelear, hacer un show en los 3 minutos y no a correr tanto.
He says to the small guys, the tall guys, everybody involved in the TCL, this is an action league. Don't come to run. How do you win running? Come to fight. Man up and fight.
You heard it right there from the big guy. All right, we got number 2, Patricio. You got it done. Listen, good victory, fought a tough opponent. What do you got to do to get ready for the playoffs as you're coming up on that?
We're just going to keep it coming. We're going to keep all the same thing. We keep working. We're coming for it all.
You guys are on a 9-fight win streak. Let me go ahead and talk to Jesse Hart. And how do you feel about Jesse Hart as a captain? How you feel about him always chomping on the side over there? You as a teammate, always watching him get crazy a little bit. What do you say about your teammate?
He's very helpful. He keeps motivating us, and he's a good leader. He keeps pushing us, and, you know, we coming for all the teams in our way. So that's how we stand.
All right, we heard it right here. You got a good response from her. Jesse, you're the captain of the team. You guys are the champions, returning champions. You guys just fought somebody you beat in the championship. Right. I ain't even got to ask you no more questions. What do you got to say to the rest of the TCL?
Hey, Vegas, get ready for your final thrill. The jig is up. We coming. Philadelphia Smoke. We taking over this whole thing. 9-fight winning streak. We got Joey DeWinko back. Ray Robinson here. Big Jazz. Sugar. Sheen. Cole. And the dog is coming. Shara May Patricio. Y'all, she look all right, but she coming. Vegas, get ready.
Man, you guys are putting it together. Listen, your team is coming in the sun. Look, tell them about the dog.
Hey, we got the dog. We on all dog shit. This is what we call They ain't want to fight Quad tonight. We're on all dog shit. Non-fight winning. Go ahead, Quad.
All dog shit. You mean they call me C4 for a reason?
C4.
We bombing on shit. You
Tell
mean?
Vegas what we doing.
Vegas, man. State, man. Y'all better be ready, man. Y'all got 1 week. 1 week. Y'all better do what y'all can, man.
There ain't enough time, neither, Vegas.
That ain't enough time.
Well, you hear Philly Smoke. They want Vegas. They're on a 9-strike win streak. Jesse, take it away, big dog.
All dog shit. Next Saturday, Vegas, 2300 Arena. We call that the slaughterhouse. Welcome to the slaughterhouse. Las Vegas, y'all do hustle, but we gonna out-hustle y'all. We taking your name, Philly Smoke, Bob Kane, Ron Duff. We in the building. Philly Smoke, Philly Smoke, Philly Smoke.
Jesse Hart, always shy around the microphone. It's here for the coach.
Oh, yeah, got to give the coach in here. Coach for the Philly Smoke, where you at? Come on, Bob, get on in here. They want to hear you, coach. A coach of not many words, but we want to hear what you got to say. You heard him calling out Vegas. You heard what your captain say. What you got to say about this?
We ain't worried about Vegas. It's Vegas hustle needs to hustle harder.
Well, you guys are on a 9-fight win streak. How do you feel about that going into the playoffs? You do have Vegas coming up, but you guys are hitting on all cylinders. Got the family here. What do you got to say about everybody just pitching in, doing the right things for your team?
I mean, we're the champs. We're going to continue to win. There's not really... Vegas needs to worry about us. We're just going to keep doing what we do.
Well, they the champs. You heard it. It's right here. Vegas needs to worry about them. Philly in the house.
And that'll be next week, a big showdown between Philly and Vegas. Coming up, though, we're going to still break down what Philly did to Miami as a Philly Smoke cruise to the victory. Stay undefeated. They win 229-223. TCL Team Boxing League from Pennsylvania on Merit TV Sports.
I got charged for a stolen vehicle.
Do time in jail. Go behind bars to witness the unfiltered reality of life on the inside.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Seriously? Oh, God.
Things can get serious real fast.
Then it's the ultimate showdown on the streets.
Let me see your hands right now.
Cops Reloaded.
Get on the ground.
Hosted by Dr. Phil, Nancy Grace, and Lonnie Coombs.
You won't want to miss it.
Jail and Cops Reloaded. Weekdays starting at 4 Eastern on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Make America Healthy Again is a national movement.
That's why Dr. Phil's Merit TV has teamed up with American Values to change and save your life.
We have a whole generation that is suffering from chronic disease simply because of the food we're eating.
It's time to take action.
We're sitting in the middle of a health crisis.
We need to make our families healthy again. And I am asking you to join us.
Let's make America healthy again.
What's gold is new again. Pardon the pun. But considering gold has been used as currency since around 550 BCE, it has been on fire the past year. I'm here with Daniel Boston, the founder of Preserve Gold. Why is gold so stable and such a good investment for many people?
Take the central bank, for example, the Federal Reserve. They print money out of thin air, and then they take that printed money to go buy hard assets like gold to protect themselves against the very risks that they're creating. So I always tell people, don't do what the big players are telling you to do. Do what they're doing themselves.
Yeah, watch what they're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. If people are interested in investing with Preserve Gold, how do they get started?
You can give us a call at our toll-free number, 844-407-6375. You can text Phil to 50505, or you can check out our website, www.drphilgold.com.
All right. No way you can miss it.
And last night in TCL Team Boxing League action, you had a squad in the Nashville Smash that was winning, a Nashville Smash squad that was in control. Then you get to the money rounds and things can change. That's the beauty of this, Dave, because you saw the highlights and it was like Nashville led the entire way up until the end. But in the money rounds, you can feel the momentum changing on the side of Atlanta.
It looked like Atlanta was in a horse race and trying to capture the other horse at the wire as they came from all the way back. And Fireworks erupted in two different ways in this one. This was when the fight was still even.
Yeah. Misha was trying to get everything under control as the fighters from both teams were going back and forth outside of the ring. They eventually said, okay, you know, this round, both of you are DQ. Let's get into control. And Atlanta fed off of that, especially the 24th round.
And boom, this was Atlanta's first lead and the only lead that it would need. One big shot, and look at that. You look for the thunder from the heavyweights, and not only was it a knockdown that would make it a 10-8, but it was such a decisive blow that it became a knockout, and one shot ended it. So we saw fireworks from both sides, and what a dramatic ending.
As long as you have the lead at the end, that's what matters, and that's what Atlanta did. Sam Arnold's squad, Dave, they have some momentum on the side. That's a hot squad to watch out for.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to carry that attitude into the postseason. Like, you know, we were way back, and we rallied and took it at the very end, so we're never out.
With that knockout yesterday, Atlanta clinched a playoff spot. It's one thing when you're in the playoffs hunt and you need some help, but when you take care of business on your own, that's huge for them.
And that's also very big for them psychologically, to come from that far back where you had no shot. It seemed like it was Nashville's night. Nashville was doing everything right, and then you get a little momentum in the middle rounds, and then you come on surging at the end. That team is going to be bursting with confidence from now on.
And a team that's just full of confidence is the Philadelphia Smoke. They got the win tonight. They were in control from the opening round, and then the money rounds, they continued their hot ways. Let's get some highlights from the money rounds.
Well, you know what? It's been about the women tonight for Philadelphia, and coming right out, Rashida Ellis. And this was an excellent matchup against Vaea because she was forced to do a lot of the little things that create the difference, the movement. And even though she was hard-pressed in this one, she dug down deep and came up with a sweep.
Vaea loses for the first time this season in TCL. Let's go to round number 23. More women in the Hawaii. Shara May Patricio. Watch out.
Yeah, and, you know, never mind the score. The score might have been 0-0 as far as she was concerned. She went out and really tried to take care of business against Anna Verbeek. And this is the type of mentality you want, because you've got a women fighter here that they're not afraid to put in the money rounds down the stretch with everything on the line, because she's showing that type of mentality right here.
Philadelphia stays undefeated. They look good tonight in their own backyard. Let's look at the updated standings from yesterday and today. And, of course, Philadelphia is now 5-0. Why were they talking about the Vegas Hustle so much? Because Vegas is also undefeated, 6-0. And you look at a team like the Nashville Smash who lost yesterday. That loss is big because they're now 2-4. Atlanta, that fourth victory, gives him the playoff nod. LA Elite San Antonio, be careful with them as they're on the bubble. And then Boston Butchers, that's a team I'm surprised they're 1-4, but they're dangerous every single time.
And we're going to see them pretty soon. Like real soon.
Real soon.
Coming up after.
Yeah, season winding down for TCL Team Boxing League, but you have to bring it every single night. Next week's action, well, we heard Vegas and Philly are going to go at it. Jesse Hart let us know all about that. But before that, you're going to see the Miami Assassins. Can they get back on the winning side as they take on the Boston Butchers? And then afterwards, Friday night action and battle of undefeated. Vegas going on the road to the 2300 Club in Philly. As Jesse Hart said, we are ready for everybody. Love the attitude from both of those teams. And if you're a Vegas fighter, you watching Jesse Hart, okay, Jesse, you're going to talk. Philly, you're going to talk. But wait, we're also undefeated. That's not an easy fight there for Philly.
No, it's not. And then we look back at what about the magic of this Vegas team winning a couple in overtime, that they've been able to do that. Now they're watching the interview saying, okay, you know what? The dog can't fight for you. You can put the dog in the ring right now, but that's not going to matter. We're going to come and bring it to you. But nonetheless, this is the best Philly version I've seen the entire year. And this is a type of notice that they might be separating themselves from the league, and their opponents will have a lot to say that next time.
We've interviewed a lot of fighters, and they always say, oh, I got that dog in me. I got that dog fight in me. never really actually seen the dog being brought into the ring. I was actually expecting a bigger dog, but hey, that dog looks small and vicious for Philadelphia. I love the attitude from everybody in TCL right now. We want to be, sorry for the pun, Dave, the top dog.
We do want to be the top dog, and it's okay to use it right there because we love them bringing it out tonight and showing a little bit of pageantry and imagination and heart taking over and really speaking so much for his team. He is a veteran, and I think veterans around all championship teams, no matter what sport it is, veterans set the tone, veterans set the expectation that you're going to have. But tonight for Philadelphia, we saw a team that had championship caliber and gave you that idea that they want to go from an undefeated team maybe to that next level.
And you're talking about veterans. The Boston Butchers have a really good veteran in Rashidi Ellis. We'll be seeing him pretty soon. That's going to be coming up next as the Boston Butchers are going to be taking on the New York City Attitude. That's a good battle, David.
It's a rematch of Week 1, which was a 1-point win for Boston the last time they won. Will this be the next time?
And that's coming up next. New York City Attitude, always a team you have to be careful with because they come after you. But tonight, it was all about the Philly Smoke. They came out on fire. They're in their backyard. They're jumping up and down. The women shutting them out. The Smoke continue to roll, and the Smoke are undefeated. They're now 5-0. They take care of Miami 229-223. A good night of TCL action in Philly. For Dave Bontempo, I'm Bethel Duran. Thanks for watching TCL Team Boxing League on Merit TV Sports. TCL Team Boxing League coming your way from Pennsylvania. That's where we are tonight. Boston Butchers taking on the New York City Attitude. A matchup of two really good teams that have some rivals amongst them. I'm Bethel Duran alongside Dave Bontempo. You're not my rival, Dave. I love working with you because every time we get together for Team Combat League, we look at teams that are ready to put on a show, and it should be no different tonight.
Yeah, and we have a couple of big themes. For Boston, you gotta have it. This is a team that beat New York by 1 point in the opening matchup way back in early April. Little did they know that they would still have one win when they came up here to fight now. A lot of tough losses for Boston, still a very gritty crew, and this is a must-win for them. On the flip side for New York, this is a team, the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde team of this league, in that they've had 2 one-point losses and an 18-point win. Now, right now, New York would like to have it. Boston has to have it.
The Butchers, great name for them, the way that they come out and they get after you. Let's look at the highlights from the Boston Butchers this season. And you see Stephen Coleman, undefeated. The veteran Rashidi Ellis, undefeated. Jahai Brown, undefeated. I still can't get how you have these on your squad, but you're in this position in the standings.
Yes, they've lost some very tight ones, and there you're looking at the star nucleus of the Boston team. They need somebody to come in right underneath this trio, but this has been an exceptional trio and has kept Boston in all the matches this year.
When the schedule came out, I said, oh, this is one we're going to have to watch for in June, and that's exactly what we're going to get tonight because the New York squad, the great name, the Attitude, and they have some fighters that have attitude.
Yes, this is a team that I made the joke that they got to forget about it back when they got that 18-point win over L.A. after they had some tough situations. Now, this was Giovanni Estella. He's been a star performer for them, and they also have come up with some big moments, and one that we'll take a look at really helped rescue their season when they were going up against Nashville and Guglielmi. They basically saved that win for them. Now, he's not fighting tonight, so that's a big story for New York, a big absence. But that shot that you saw there is what put New York at that time in the playoffs.
That was back in May 30th, a Memorial Weekend against the Nashville Smash. You're right, Guglielmi not fighting the night, but he's definitely giving a boost. Let's look at the standings, the updated standings that we have for you. Vegas and Philly still undefeated. Vegas at 5-0. I mean, at 6-0. Philly at 5-0. But you see the attitude, 2-3. Boston Butchers 1-4. I didn't expect to see them on that side of the ledger.
No, not after the way they performed in the opening matchup. And I really think that they've been hurt by some injuries, including to our friend Amelia Moore, who had 2 wins for Boston that first night. They've been trying to replace her, and that's been a tough task.
TCL, how does it work? You get 24 rounds of team action, 8 in the launch rounds, and here's what we're gonna see. Deontay Brown against Sherbeck is gonna be a really good one. Rashidi Ellis, Ryan Pino, also gonna be good. Kimball and Santana are gonna be excellent. All of them are good. There's a reason that these matchups, but there's gotta be one that stands out in the launch rounds.
And we saw it in the highlights. Brown and Estella. Okay. We saw the unbeaten records, and we saw the Estella knockdown. So they're coming together to clash, and we've got some great ones.
Also, that's going to happen in the launch rounds. So you see 8 launch, 8 middle, 8 money rounds, and the man ringside for us is our good friend, the pro fighter, Bubba Jenkins. I know he's not going to a wedding tonight because he's ready to see some action.
That's right, you got it. I'm in Philly, got your sideline action. I got the interviews, so y'all just tap in with me. But of course, I'm ready for some action tonight. It's going to be a great show. New York and Boston, you never know that matchup. You always got to know that they're going to love to hate each other right in the middle of the best boxing there is. TCL Combat, they got their teams, they got this excitement. We're going to get the action going. But I'm excited about really good athletes in this ring. Ryan Pino's going against Rashidi Ellis. I met the Ellis dad. He's like, listen, my son's going tonight. My daughter went tonight. I'm excited to be here tonight. All the Ellises are going down. We're going to see the action after you guys get to the roll. Get to the call, baby. I'm here.
All right, Bubba, stay close to the ring. I know you're dancing away, but we need you ringside doing those interviews. Bubba always has that great energy, but he gets that perspective. And you're right, the Rashidi Ellis clan. His brother Ronald's the pro fighter, his sister Rashida, who fought earlier this evening, and then the father really there. It's great to see this camaraderie that you have in TCL.
It is, and the stars have risen for Boston. So the question is, can the level just below the stars come up big for them?
And they're going to need a victory tonight to keep their playoff hopes alive. New York City Attitude taking on the Boston Butchers in Philadelphia. Who will come out on top? Who's going to have the strong start? All that coming up next. TCL, Team Boxing League, the Attitude, the Butchers on Merit TV Sports.
One of the toughest obstacles I had to deal with coming up was my brother getting killed. He was tragically murdered. That's the roughest thing that I've ever had to deal with. He's been there since the start. He was a big, big part of my boxing career. It motivates me to want to do my best, to keep me focused, to know that he wants me to do good. I just really feel like he's an angel over my shoulder and watching over me.
Follow Jesse and the Philadelphia Smoke live on Season 3 of TCL Team Boxing League, weekends on Merit TV.
Whether you're mastering the golf course, nurturing your garden, or dancing the cha-cha-cha, maintain your well-being with Balance of Nature fruits and veggies supplements, a formulated blend of 31 whole food ingredients. Imagine the possibilities when you feel your best, exploring new passions, rediscovering old ones, and embracing every moment with renewed enthusiasm. It's time to redefine what's possible and live life on your terms. Start your journey with Balance of Nature.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing. As a preferred customer, you'll get 35% off your first set when you use the code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. In Philly is where we're at. Let's hear from our ring announcer, Mike Falvo.
And now, fight fans, we are ready to get the action back underway.
Boston Butchers coming into the ring. In TCL, you enter the ring as a team. And then we'll hear the introduction from Mike. Each fighter will be introduced individually. Just a cool concept right here. Coming in all together, showing the unity.
Leaving the locker room and coming in and making the march as a team instead of by yourself when you're a professional fighter, unless you have a major entourage, but they're not all fighters.
From former Team USA Olympic boxing coach Mark Gargaro's Boston Butchers, bantamweight Taylor Robertson, featherweight Camilla Panada, featherweight Eric Emery, lightweight Deontay Brown, welterweight Mike Kimball, TCL Season 2's most exciting fighter, ranked in the top 10 by both the WBA and WBO, middleweight Rashidi Speedy Ellis, super welterweight Kaye Golden Child Brown, heavyweight Michael Coffey, featherweight Brandy Robinson. He is a former WBA and ABA super featherweight champion, lightweight Abraham Nova. Super lightweight Stevie Jane Coleman. Welterweight Kino Killa Ape Luna. Super middleweight Stephen the Savage Sumter. Light heavyweight Ronald Ellis. Cruiserweight Michael Hilton. And heavyweight Skylar Lacey. Ladies and gentlemen, the Boston Butchers. And introducing their opponents for this evening, the New York City Attitude. And now, from Benny Roman's New York City Attitude. An unprecedented 10-time New York Golden Gloves champion, multi-time national champion, and 2020 Puerto Rico Olympian. Please welcome bantamweight Christina Hell's Kitchen Kid Cruz. Multi-time national champion, featherweight Angeliris Lopez Menendez. Featherweight Ariel Perez de la Torre. Lightweight Sherberk Rockmatala. Welterweight, Lionel Santana. Super welterweight, Ryan Pino. Middleweight, Giovanni Estella. Heavyweight, Dimitro Bezos. Featherweight, Anna Tool. Multi-time national champion, lightweight, Ryan Pretty Boy Sempoteca. A multi-time national champion, Team USA member and Olympic trialist, super lightweight, Stasia, the Natural Settles. Welterweight, Elijah Williams. Super middleweight, Raul Garcia. Light heavyweight, Isaac Sanctus Spiritus Carbonell. Cruiserweight, Talia Tessie Ives. And heavyweight, Stephen Torres. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York City Attitude.
All right, time and ready to go. New York City, Boston, a lot on the line this evening. And it's going to get going with the women.
Yeah, Christina Cruz has been reliable in getting New York off to fast starts. Let's see if she continues that here.
And now, fans, welcome to the launch round. First up at 118 pounds for the Boston Butchers, Taylor Robertson. And for the New York City Attitude, Christina Cruz.
Taylor Robertson making her TCL debut for the Boston Butchers, and she goes first, and these two will be fighting again in the money round. In TCL, you can fight twice, and usually in the money rounds, you'll see the action. So it's up to the coaches to decide who it is. Taylor Robertson, the Australian, is 27 years old, and she's got the blue trunks for the Boston Butchers. Her TCL debut. She's also fought in Mexico earlier this year, fought in Canada before a couple years ago. Most of her fights have been in Australia, where she's 9-2 outside of TCL action. Christina Cruz, the Hell's Kitchen kid, born in New York City. In TCL, she's 7-1, including a stoppage.
And she'll be trying to work her way inside against a good boxing, tall opponent in Robertson. So this is really going to be about pace. When you talk about the debut of a fighter, it's the debut of learning how to fight through 3 minutes. And it's a sprint, but it's also, some of the coaches tell us, you know, we like to see them go 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, break it down 3 times and try to win 2 of those segments. There are some scientific angles on the 3 minutes.
Cruz, outside of TCL, is 6-1. The only loss coming last year when she got stopped by the future champion, Gabriela Fundora. That was in Phoenix. Good background for Cruz. Fighting for New York City Attitude. Definitely give them a start.
She's been very comfortable with this place to start the action and her style. She lands a nice left hook there as Robertson dropped her guard trying to come in. Cruz has been trying to time Robertson and meeting some success in the last 20 to 30 seconds.
Cruz had a big amateur background with Team USA, was a member of the development system for many years.
We're seeing her try to get off first now. She was countering before. Now Cruz is trying to get the first shot home, and Robertson is trying to drop a big one on her.
Welcome with TCL. You think you might know what you're doing until you actually figure out what it is. And that's where Cruz has the advantage, having been a veteran for TCL, knowing how to get after it. For a fighter like Robertson, so used to having the 10 rounds to work with. Now here you only got 3, and Cruz taking advantage of it. Overhand right from Christina Cruz.
Yeah, she took probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes to figure out how to break down the openings. And she's gotten the big shots in. And your Robertson in your debut, you're saying, that's it?
Yeah.
It's over already?
Yeah, but we'll see you in the money rounds in about 20 minutes.
So in the last minute, seeing Cruz here with the good right hand and the left as she started to get off first. I was mentioning that she was countering early on and missed a big shot there, but then she felt more confident in getting her first shots off.
And at the end of round number 1, we go to the official card. Judge number 1 scores the round at 10-9 for New York. Judge number 2 scores the round 10-9 for Boston. And judge number 3 scores the round 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision. From the New York City Attitude, Christina Cruz.
Cruz keeping her winning ways going. It's the opening round.
And that makes your opening round score New York City 10, Boston 9. Entering the ring for round number 2 from the Boston Butchers, Camila Panada, and from the New York City Attitude, Angeliris Lopez Mendez.
Mendez Boricua, who was born in Camden, New Jersey, now living in Sidra, Puerto Rico. 4-4 in TCL action this year. And Camila Panata was born in Lazio, Italy, now living in Florida. She's 4-5 in TCL action.
We've got our lefty-righty matchup here with...
Yeah, I was looking forward to this one because Panata, that's her style. She comes out aggressive and quick. And there you see Panata grew up outside of Rome, about 40 minutes out there. Part of the Italian national team. 33 years old for Panata. Outside of TCL, she has 10 fights, 7 of those victories. She's making her way in TCL.
Pretty versatile and well-traveled is this Boston Butchers performer.
Angelis Lopez Mendez. A good year in TCL. Has 15 fights outside of TCL action. She'll fight you anywhere. She has fought in Thailand, has fought in Italy, Puerto Rico, has gone to Turkey, has gone to Venezuela, has fought in the Dominican, Canada, Colombia, and of course got started in Tijuana. So have gloves, will travel if you're Angel Mendez.
What does that passport look like?
Oh, boy.
Well, you know, this is some good action here from Panada with the jabs getting through. They're very crisp, and she's managed to elude the counter shots coming back. And Mendez is trying to time the right hand.
Oh! Got that one. But Panata keeps coming to southpaw.
And Mendez landed that off of her back foot.
Bleeding from the forehead is Mendez. There might have been a clash. We'll see if the referee says there's a clash or from a punch. Another cut. This is from the left eyebrow. So she was bleeding in the middle of the eyes. Now she's bleeding from the eyebrow. Whoa, 2 nasty cuts from Mendez.
And the heads continue to come together and some shots getting in as well.
A left hand from Panata. Boston Butchers in blue. That is aggressive. Give you the different angles, different looks. Panata staying true to herself in the middle of the ring with a 1-2.
I think Boston gets on the board with this one. Good outside work by Panata against a pesky Mendez who tried to get on the inside and do good work.
Good way to describe her.
And here's how that looked. Panata on the outside, the pesky Mendez, heads coming together with that style. They were both leaning in and looking for positioning. Interestingly, though, nothing was called.
And at the end of round number 2, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the New York City Attitude, Angeliris Lopez Mendez.
So New York gets the victory, 2-0 so far.
That's a good one for them to get because Panata fought very well for Boston.
Yes,
I thought she might have got
this
that,
round
but
is brought to you by
goes the other way.
Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Into the ring for round number 3, from the Boston Butchers, Eric Emery. And from the New York City Attitude, Ariel Perez de la Torre.
All right, so now we're in round number 3. Eric Emery for the Boston Butchers. He's 4-4 this season in TCL. But of those 4 for Emery, they've all been stoppages. Emery has that big right hand, and that's what he looks for. Ariel Perez de la Torre, La Máquina, the machine, was born in Cuba, defected, ended up in Mexico. That's where he lives now in Mexico City. In TCL action, he's 0-2.
Emery swinging for the fences, now shifting over to the southpaw style and using his footwork.
De la Torre, this is his 2025 TCL debut. His 2 fights were last season.
Well, you imagine the adrenaline and the anticipation of a guy. This is his first fight now for this year with season well along. He's been chomping at the bit to get in. Now he does.
We're going to give you somebody like Emery who just loads up on shots. That's your opponent. You know the scouting report from the New York City Attitude is watch out for that right hand of Eric Emery.
It's quick, it's sneaky, and it is powerful. But if it's a solo shot, like we just saw 4 attempts plus the uppercut, you might be able to get out of the way of it. What Emery would like to do is set that up with a jab and shield his opponent temporarily to set up that 1 punch.
Emery born in Chicago, Illinois. Fighting for the Boston Butchers. These 2 only fighting 1 round, so they're going to go for it with a minute to go in round number 3. Either fighter coming back in the money rounds.
And with a fight that's up in the air, yeah, let it all hang out. We've seen a lot of split decisions tonight and in recent weeks. So no matter how well you think you're doing, you don't know if one of the judges is looking for something else. So go right to the final bell.
Second time Emery's in the ring for the Boston Butchers in TCL action this season. Good body shot from Emery. Another good body shot for Emery as he follows up with a left hook.
Sweet uppercut also.
Yes, it is.
Off the ropes. He's been effective here at the end of the round.
And Emery doing enough to take the round at the end, as Boston needs one.
And this was a fight that had a low connect percentage. Guys missed a ton of shots, but Emery scoring with some clear ones at the end of it.
And at the end of round number 3, we go to the official cards. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor of your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Eric Emery.
That's what Boston needed to get on the board. Good round from Eric Emery.
Round number 4 is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement, partner of the TCL. In the ring for round number 4, from the Boston Butchers, Deontay Brown. And for the New York City Attitude, Sherbert Rakhmadallah.
Now this is a good one, and they'll two will go at it again in round 24 of the money rounds. Bubba Jenkins is ringside right now. What's the vibe like, Bubba?
The vibe is pretty quiet because we got 2 really good fighters in here, and this is a fighter's crowd right here. We're down here in Philly, and everybody's watching this. You can hear a pin drop in here because they got 2 talented, really skilled fighters, and it's going to be the nuances and the small little details that you don't see that are really going to make the difference in this matchup.
This is a mini round to watch for me because we saw Rakhmatulov against Nashville fight 3 times, lose twice, and then pull out the 3rd one at the back of the money rounds to keep his team in it and give them the win. So he's been a clutch performer.
Yeah, Sherbert has been a veteran of TCL since 2023. Season 1, 2, and 3. He's got 34 rounds underneath his belt of TCL action, does Sherbert from Uzbekistan.
And with the natural...
Yeah, and these both of these guys are really known in TCL. They've been here a couple of years and they've seen each other a couple of times. So this is a good matchup to not only see from the TCL team combat league but individual perspective, because I know these guys want to be top rank in this league as the playoffs resume.
And these 2 fought in TCL action back in 2023, season 1, and they split them. So they fight at Mohegan Sun as Deontay Brown in TCL action is 10-4.
And you can see that it's a matter of they know each other well. It's who will take the first chance. You've got lefty-lefty.
Yeah.
Throw out all of the stylistic nuances for the lefty-righty. So someone is going to be comfortable getting an angle and taking a shot.
Because they're veterans of TCL, they know how to pace themselves, they know how to set themselves up. And knowing that they're going to be in the money rounds is key.
And what you see from the veterans is you don't see the wasted movement. They'll take a shot. If it doesn't look like it's there, they'll hold up. And they won't lunge and leave themselves open.
Yeah. And I'd like to make a comment here. You know, I'm sitting on the Boston Butcher side, and every the last 30 seconds of every round, I'm hearing them yell, chop, 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 chop them up, chop them, chop. So there's a thing that they're doing at 30-second mark where they would want, you can hear everyone on their team starts yelling, chop, chop, chop. And it's something that gives Boston a cue, and they've done it every round so far.
Go find out what it means, Bubba.
Are they saying this is the 30-second mark, right? Maybe something like that?
But the word chop, 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 that's an interesting one. Yeah, Bubba, find out why they're using chop and what the significance of it is.
Gotcha.
We'll see these 2 in round 24. And they don't even look at each other. They're just like, no, I'm done with you here.
I'll see you later. So, okay, lefty against lefty. Good action right down the middle there by Brown. As they were looking for one small edge. Rakhmatulov trying to get his in, but came up a little shy.
And at the end of round number 4, we go to the scorecard. The judges have scored the round 10-9 for Brown, 10-9 Rakhmatolev, and 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision from the Boston Butchers, Deontay Brown. And just like that, boxing fans, we have a tie score. New York City 38, Boston 38. Headed to the ring for round number 5. From the Boston Butchers, Mike Kimball. From the New York City Attitude, Lionel Omar Colon Santana.
And there you see Santana. And Mike Kimball will be making his debut in TCL action. Bubba Jenkins ringside with a special guest.
That's right, I'm here with Ryan Pino. Listen, I was talking to him about his matchup against Ellis. Ellis is one of the statistically most exciting fighters in TCL. So I was saying, man, you're an athlete yourself, and I've always seen you come out to get it. What is your strategy going into it, being an athlete?
Man, so it's boxing. I've been in this my whole life. I've seen it all. He's a really good fighter. I give him his props, but I hold my own too. I'm fast. I got movement. You're gonna watch. You can see it.
So when you got a matchup early with him, and then you have another matchup in the later rounds, in the money rounds, where it kind of counts, do you do something differently strategy-wise? Do you pull back? Are you setting traps? What's the ideal?
He's a smart fighter, so I'm gonna set my traps. I'm gonna adjust for anything he brings, but I'm gonna set my own things that I'm gonna do what I want to do too.
All right, Pino, we're looking forward to it. Got the action. Back to you guys.
Ryan Pino, good fighter, good veteran fighter. Right now for Mike Kimball, making his TCL debut. Born in Connecticut, lives in Waterbury, representing for the Boston Butchers. Outside of TCL, he's 8-0, 5 KOs, had a few fights in Colombia. Fighting up and down the Eastern Seaboard. And Leonel Santana, his opponent, this year is 2-5 in TCL. He's a Puerto Rican, but now living in Florida. Representing the New York City Attitude.
And this has been stylistic. We're waiting for a fight to break out, and it might be close. They've looked at it strategically. You get the sense that Santana is ready to tee off.
Yeah, Santana coming off a victory in March in Dominican Republic. He's also fought in Puerto Rico. Outside of TCL action, he's 7-1 with 3 stoppages. But again, it's a great opportunity for young fighters to continue to hone their craft, stay sharp, stay in the gym. That's what TCL, Team Boxing League, gives you.
Boy, they had the same idea of hunting at the same time.
Up next, Rashidi Ellis and Ryan Pino. Referee letting him work out. All right, Bubba Jenkins, what do you got for us?
So I got an understanding with that chop, chop, chop. It's an understanding for, as you hear them telling it now with 30 seconds left, it's an understanding of their fighters to push the pace, to win the round, to basically show your best in that last little bit. So instead of saying, you know, the last 30 seconds so the other team can know, it's chop, 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 and it's a signification so that they could really start to work.
Good stuff, Bubba. Investigative reporter Bubba Jenkins getting to work. That must be good for a fighter if you know to hear that cue word of let's go.
That's what we were saying. The chop, chop, chop means 30. You know, it's like that's how much time do you have left? Find another gear, and you probably have in your own head a sense of like what 30 seconds feels like to you, so you do it there.
Again, that's the concept of Team Combat League, where you're working together in what is usually a sport where you're all by yourself. Locked in at New York City Attitude
and at the
Squad.
End of round number 5, we go to the scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Mike Kimball.
Well, Kimbo,
The
get your
upcoming
debut.
round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place for recovery and self-discovery. Entering the ring for round number 6, from the Boston Butchers, Rashidi Ellis. And from the New York City Attitude, Ryan Pino.
Now, they know each other very, very well, both veterans of TCL action. They fought earlier this year in April, and Rashidi took both rounds against Ryan Pino. And Bubba Jenkins is ringside. This is the one we've been waiting for, Bubba.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. You know, a lot of good athletes right here and with these two guys. But then you're definitely going to see the IQ of Rashidi Ellis, and you're going to see the movement and the IQ of Pino. Like we were saying in the interviews, you know, he holds his own. He knows who Ellis is. He's seen him before, but he's going to hold his own and try to do his best.
Bubba, a couple weeks ago, we saw Ellis lose a couple of tough decisions. Do you think that it's going to impact how he comes out here? Maybe a little bit more business?
Absolutely. Anytime you're a warrior, anytime you're a champion, you have that kind of mindset, and you drop a round or you drop a moment. I mean, even the moments that are dropped, you really want to get those back. So especially if you get a loss or you lose in a split decision, you're coming out to make sure that the judges understand who you are and what you're normally used to doing.
And what helps bring it up for me is that I'm seeing him start closer to the pace in this one and really trying to get right to it right away.
Yeah, that's Rashidi. He's got a really good fast pace, and he's really twitchy. You know, these feints and these motions and movements are to draw out the offense of Pino so that he can really counter. You know, he's a good athlete and he's fast, but a lot of the motion is to draw out the things so he can see what he wants to see and then attack that with the speed and power that he has.
And compared to other fights I've seen him in, Beto, Ellis is sitting down on his punches more in this fight than a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he wasn't happy that he lost split decisions to Jordan Barrera on June 1st in Arizona. And I mean, nobody likes to lose, but especially a split decision for a fighter, like, you gotta be kidding me. And Speedy Rashidi Ellis locked in right now against Ryan Pino with a minute to go in round number 6.
Yeah, Pino's having a hard time of finding him. You know, Rashidi Ellis is doing a good job of stabbing that jab to his body, to his shoulder, just going in, going out. And Pino is really having a hard time finding where Rashidi is and finding his offense.
You see the New York City Attitude getting ready. That's Dimitro Bezos a couple rounds away. And Bubba, Rashidi's got his fight June 21st, next weekend, where he's the main event in Lowell, Massachusetts. He's got a 10-rounder coming up.
Well, he looks in prime shape. You know, you gotta love the TCL. They give you those opportunities to share the stage, and they give you opportunities to go outside and really get your career going. But this is one round. This is really good for the body, really good for the boxers. This is an amazing league. You gotta understand, this is 3 years in, and everyone's starting to get an understanding of what TCL is.
Well, that's the most businesslike round I have ever seen Rashidi Ellis in.
And we'll see them again in round 22. Rashidi and Ryan Pino are running back in the money rounds. And you're right, though, Dave, he's locked in, because normally Rashidi's fighting at above 160 in TCL. Tonight he came down to 154.
And we see some showboating, we see some theatrics, enjoying himself, and this time it's, I'm getting right to business.
And at the end of round number 6, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Rashidi Ellis. Making their way to the ring for round number 7 from the Boston Butchers, Chaye Brown. And his opponent from the New York City Attitude, Giovanni Estella.
Boston Butchers have won the last 4 rounds. And it's Jahai Brown, who is undefeated so far in TCL this season, trying to extend that lead. Brown had a couple of round victories over DeAndre Pettis in Arizona. He also had a stoppage of Richard Howell back in April.
Well, if it's going to be your night, you'll get some lifts maybe from some unexpected sources. And for Boston, a win by Kimball in his debut is something that's very big for that team.
And Estella 4-0 this season in TCL action. Estella was a big-time prospect in Florida, in Orlando, where he lives, and then had a rough 2024. He got knocked down by Irish fighter Aaron McKenna in Japan, and then he lost a decision to Jackson Blanco, and he's trying to get his career back on track in TCL to get the rounds and opportunity, and Jahai Brown is not cooperating it, making it difficult for him.
Well, Estella is wide with his shots. He would like to tighten them up, make them shorter, so he's not open for the counter shots as much. No, but it's easy, and it's one thing to say that, but the enthusiasm of the moment, and you're in front of the crowd, you could see that your punches come out faster, maybe even wider, and the composure's not the same.
And they'll see each other in round 21 of the money round. 8 launch rounds, 8 middle, then the big ones, the money rounds to close up the night.
What's entertaining about this one is the fighters are coming right at each other. So they're both appropriately in the launch rounds because they're launching punches at about the same time.
In the previous round, Rashidi Ellis got the victory. That gives Rashidi 20 wins in TCL action. One of only 3 fighters in the league that has that. Impressive by Rashidi Ellis.
And
no surprise.
What it means to come back from those 2 losses. He turned on took on a champion's attitude to come in tonight and stick to business.
Hey, Brown's sticking to business right now.
And so far, this stylistic matchup has been good for him with the straight ahead action. I mean, we've seen Estella show a very good left hook, knock opponents down. His style is he's a swing for the fences type. And now Brown is trying to muzzle him. All right, so the judges have it now. Good action as Estella. I mentioned how wide his shots were, and that captures it. Some get in, as he does some of his better work, but he's also a target to be countered. What did the judges like?
And at the end of round number 7, we go to the scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Jahai Brown. And a quick update on your score, fans. Boston leads with a score of 68-65.
Five in a row for the Boston Butchers.
Round number 8. For the Boston Butchers, Michael Coffey. For the New York City Attitude, Dimitro Bezos.
We've had 7 decisions. Are we due for some fireworks? Are we due to see somebody be on the canvas?
You should. Gotta get some of those, Dave. As Michael Coffey and Dimitro Bezos. The heavyweights. Always something with the heavyweights, isn't it?
Well, especially reminded again last night with that Atlanta comeback with their big bopper. We saw Pugh for Phoenix in week number 3. Got out a decisive victory in the final minute against San Antonio. Seems like it often comes down to those big guys. Right now we're seeing slow, plodding punches from both.
Well, when the heavyweights, you're not really going to get much in terms of boxing, because they know they can just load up.
And yet we see some of the better ones with the jab, and then they can go into a power shot.
Yes, Coffee and Beasley only go one time. You hear somebody in the corner saying, how about a jab? How about a jab? And there's a right hand from Coffee. Forget the jab. Gargaro, the coach for the Boston Butchers.
You see some wide angle shots from Bezos and Coffee trying to cut off the ring, but
this is the first time we see Bezos in TCL. He's a kickboxer from the Ukraine, now living in Montreal.
There's a right hand from Coffee, one of his better efforts.
Bezos nicknamed Bison, 6'6" and a half. Good right hand.
Well, Coffee has done his best work once he got into the chop zone.
6'6" Bezos, 6'5" Coffee, and they're going to go the full 3 minutes. Will Boston make it 6 in a row? New York got the first 2 rounds. After that, it's been all Boston Butchers, the team that desperately needs a win tonight.
Team that's been oh so close on a couple other occasions. During the chop time, the last 30 seconds, we saw some of Coffey's best work. He eats one there, but he would land some good right hands on top.
At the 8th round, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Michael Coffey. And your newly updated score, Boston 78, New York City 74.
All right, so Boston gave away the first 2 rounds, and they closed out strong, winning 6 straight, and they're up 78-74 at the end of the launch rounds. Big reason the way Rashidi Ellis fought for the Butchers. Butchers trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. Middle rounds coming up next. TCL, Team Boxing League.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did!
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will walk!
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day. I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. We're in Philadelphia watching the Boston Butchers take on the New York City Attitude, a matchup where New York is trying to get into the playoff spot. Boston trying to save their playoff aspirations, and so far, Boston Butchers coming out strong day with a 78-74 lead.
How about this? Taking a look at this so far, when do you see New York drop 6 fights in a row? But that's what Boston has been able to do. A great performance thus far by the Butchers, getting a victory by somebody who made their debut, getting some close calls. So it's been very good for Boston thus far. You know that New York will be heard from again, so this is a great way to get us set up.
All right, let's check out the highlights from the launch rounds. They got going early. Boston taking 2 L's right away, but they're answering back. As we're going to see the second round, it was Mendez and Panata going at it. The women putting on a show.
Yeah, and this was the last fight that New York won as they got that quick lead. And this was terrific action on the inside versus the fighter on the outside. It was a tough one. And see the cut there. That would have probably kept her out if she had to fight again, but not scheduled, so there's a break in that respect.
A bloody winning round. Round 7, Brown and Estella went back and forth.
Yeah, and Estella, we've seen him be a hero in some other occasions, but Brown, disciplined, was able to get inside the wider shots of Estella and pull this out for Boston.
And we'll see them again in the money rounds, round 21. Brown took it in round 7. What will happen in the money rounds? And what's coming up next? The middle rounds. Brandy Robinson, Anna Toole will get you going. Abraham Nova against Ryan Zempel. That's always good. Kino Luna, Elijah Williams should be a good matchup. But there's always one, Dave. I love asking you this question because you do your research. You know what's going on, and you always pinpoint and say, Beto, I'm not going to tell you what I like coming up, but I'm going to surprise you. But you have a couple for me?
Yes, the official one is Ellis. Okay, that's the official
Ronald
one.
Ellis.
Yes, all right.
Okay.
But I'm also fascinated by Stasha Suttles and Stevie Jane Coleman because Stasha Suttles has been on fire for New York since week 1, and Stevie Jane has emerged as one of the stars for Boston. So that's our second unofficial round to watch.
All right, so round 11 is the unofficial, but the official one is going to be round 14 for Ronald Ellis. Mike Falvo, how about you make it official with round number 9?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the middle rounds. First up in the 126-pound division from the Boston Butchers, Brandy Robinson. And her opponent from the New York City Attitude, Anna Toole.
Anna Toole making her TCL debut. Also a kickboxer. She's 1-0 in kickboxing. Brandy Robinson, born in Illinois, now living in Chicago. She's 2-3 in her TCL work. Trying to clean up what happened in the middle of May where she lost both rounds. But one of those was against Rashida Ellis, who's always a tough out. So if you're Boston, who's won the last 6 rounds, this is a perfect fighter in Brandy Robinson to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and what she's doing here, like a whirlwind type of attack, circling and firing. You know you're going against an opponent who's got her first shot, but you can't do what she just did there, which was circle and then put the hands down, because then she was nailed with a shot by Toole.
Robinson has had 4 professional fights, all of them in Rosemont, Illinois. She's 4-0, and TCL is professional. If you want to see the TCL records, you go to BoxRec. There's a special tab there where you can see the TCL ledger. As Robinson landing shots upstairs, and then she moves away quick, Dave. It's hard to pin her down.
Yes, the thing for her as she then circles and then darts back in against an opponent who's following her. Toole has not been able to cut off the ring against Robinson. She would like to be moving one step to her right to get there first to catch Robinson switching back. But that's just much easier said than done.
Absolutely.
I would say for one thing for Robinson is she can get more offensive respect with the judges if she starts this movement from maybe a step or a step and a half closer. But she's doing it from the far outside, and those jabs are not getting in. When she does get them in, it's because she's stepping toward the target and scoring.
All right, not cutting the ring off at all.
No, what Robinson has done at the very least is played a good game of keep away against Anna Toole.
Toole, mentioned, has the kickboxing, has Muay Thai, and this is her first ever professional boxing match. She was tagged upstairs by Brandy Robinson, who's having an excellent round. One of the keys to any quality team is having strong women on your side.
Yeah, and that's a trademark of the top teams, and Boston has some excellent women. Stevie Jane Coleman coming up, and there is a possibility for Robinson to step into that void. That's a good shot by Robinson, finally caught her opponent coming in.
Welcome to TCL, Anna Toole.
You just may find out that that Brandy Robinson set a record in the 440.
And at the end of round number 9, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Brandy Robinson. The upcoming round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Entering the ring for round number 10, from the Boston Butchers, Abraham Nova. His opponent from the New York City Attitude, Ryan Zempoltake.
Now this is going to be a really, really good matchup. The man with the beard is Abraham Nova, the Puerto Rican, now living in New York, but he's fighting for Boston. 4-4 in TCL action. These two will go at it again later on in the money rounds. Outside of TCL, he's 24-3-1. One of those losses was a split decision to Shaki Foster in 2024. And also, Revesi Ramirez knocked him out back in 2022. He's trying to get himself back into the contender status. And TCL, as you said, is a spot to stay busy, keep on working, work on the craft. So much so that it helped him out last week when he won a fight at Fenway Park. He went 3.5 rounds when he stopped his opponent.
And it's a marathon compared to what he's done here. So
that was 3. He's only got 2 tonight. It's been a good addition for the Boston Butchers.
Just missing with the big right hand coming through. And, you know, you carry over the confidence from a win in any place. You just got nailed with an uppercut by Zempo Takata.
Ryan is a good fighter, only 20 years old. Veteran of TCL, lands in the uppercut. Another uppercut from Ryan. And the New York City attitude as Ryan has found a home for that uppercut.
This is an animated Boston corral, knowing what their team has been doing. Some of the best stretches of action the entire season for this team.
Ryan was part of the attitude in 2024. And these two fought back in April, and Ryan got the decision over Nova. Pretty sure Nova remembers that.
Yeah, and you make your adjustments. He's been quick here. He's been trying to get that right hand in. One problem for
trying to go
Nova,
for that uppercut.
he walked into one because he went straight toward Zempo Takata.
He's got a smile on his face. He's feeling pretty good about his round. Will New York City get back on the winning side? It took the first 2 rounds. After that, it's been all Boston, who's up 88-83.
And in the beginning of this round, it looked like Boston would add to the lead. Zempo Takata with a good final minute, and Nova trying to give the judges something to think about on his behalf.
Good round for the New York City attitude.
Now at the end of round number 10, we go to the scorecard. The judges have scored the round 10-9 for Boston, 10-9 New York, and 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision. From the New York City attitude, Ryan Pretty Boy Sempoteka.
So Pretty Boy 2-0 against Nova, both of them split decisions. We'll see him again in round 20.
Stepping through the ropes for round number 11, from the Boston Butchers, Stevie Jane Coleman. Her opponent across the ring from the New York City attitude, Stasia Suttles.
This was the unofficial round to watch. 2 hot fighters here.
Yeah, they're going to see each other also in the money rounds. But why was this one your unofficial? Like, you had a little glimmer when you were talking about this one.
Well, because I've been watching Stasia Suttles since week 1. And she's been on a roll, kind of been also featured in some of the interviews on this team. She's emerged as a leader. And Stevie Jane Coleman, very quietly, undefeated and has emerged for Boston. So Suttles a little bit more high profile and Coleman a little more subtle, but both of them have this upward trajectory.
Yeah, Stasia hurt Amelia Moore when added in week 1, and then after that has been on a roll. She's 6-2 in TCL action this year.
And the 2 losses came that night.
Yep.
So she's been rolling.
Born in the Bronx, representing the New York City attitude, Stasia Suttles. The Natural is her nickname. Stevie Jane Coleman, born in Connecticut, 24 years old. She's 9-2 in TCL action. Outside of TCL, 6-1 with a couple of stoppages.
2 fighters who know exactly how they want to get this done. We've now seen Suttles just go forward. And she was jabbing on the outside earlier, and now that sneaky uppercut off the jab look.
Good body work from Suttles. Pinning Coleman into the corner and against the ropes. Coleman trying to hold on.
It's the kind of stuff you can't teach, what she did with showing the jab and kind of midstream turning it into a hook.
Yeah, one thing I like about Suttles watching every week or whenever New York City's on the broadcast is how she always uses her jab. She leads with that jab. She makes sure she has it. It's a coach's dream right there. Every coach will always tell you, the jabs opens up everything.
Yeah, and it's not just a range-finding type jab, which is fine sometimes, but this is a punitive jab. Hers is stiff from the shoulder, and she has a high percentage of punches that she throws hard.
Suttles does a good job going upstairs, downstairs.
And so against that, Coleman is trying to get inside the jab and do her best work. What I've liked about this round has been a fast-paced. They've been going at each other, and no dull moments in this.
Yeah, and the women do go the 3 minutes, and it's a benefit. We see them again in round number 19.
Suttles pouring it on. She's been accurate.
Good right hand from Suttles. Excellent round for the natural Suttles.
Tough opponent. Height, reach, and discipline. Let's take a look at how she did this on the outside. Coleman trying to come in, meets the jab and the right hand, and then followed up by the hook from Suttles and a beautiful right hand to punctuate that exchange.
And at the end of round number 11, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the New York City Attitude, Stacia Suttles. This round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of the TCL. Hitting the ring for round number 12, please welcome from the Boston Butchers, Kino Luna. And from the New York City Attitude, Elijah Williams.
Elijah Williams, welcome to TCL. He's making his TCL debut tonight for the New York City Attitude. The man born in Newburgh, New York. Outside of TCL, Elijah is 10-2 with 4 stoppages. Coming off a split decision loss Memorial Weekend in Las Vegas. I was on the Caleb Plant Toro Resendiz undercard. Here is Elijah trying to get back on the winning side against Kino Luna. Kino, 19 fights in TCL. Man for Worcester, Massachusetts. I like Kino, I like his style. He lost his last 2 fights, or last 2 rounds against Isaiah Johnson. Against Duke Johnson, that was in the middle of May. That's no easy task, because Duke has only lost once in TCL.
Yeah, and what you like about his style you're referring to it, he's aggressive, comes charging in, tries to get that big left hand down, and it was fired with good execution, but just from a little bit far away. You'd like to get a little closer to get that, and it takes some time to find your distance and to be comfortable to launch your best shots.
Williams pushes Luna down. Luna made his professional debut back in 2024 in the Dominican Republic with a KO. There you see the Boston Butchers warming up. As Skylar Lacey we'll see later on in round 16. Trying to stay loose. At the same time, cheering on the teammates. Love that. I love that attitude from everybody.
And especially when your team is doing well.
Yeah.
That everybody, when you're warming up, everybody, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Minute to go in round number 12. Boston with a 3-point lead, 106-103, but New York has taken the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, New York right back within striking range. Came up with some big performances as Boston.
Oh, this one's rough. Williams pushing Luna down.
Boston was on the verge of pulling away, and New York said nope. The referee trying to take control of it.
These two will go at it in round 23 of the money round. You don't want to lose too many rounds. You just want to be close enough within striking distance. As the money rounds approach. Good left from Keno Williams.
He did a lot to set that up, and then he took the risk and had to go in a straight line to get that in.
Oh, it's been a rugged round for Keno Williams and Keno Luna and Elijah Williams.
So what happened is against the bigger opponent, you know, you work hard, you get a big shot in, and these things that we're going to watch may be decisive in his regard, but there's a good left hand that got through and another one. But then you've got the wrestling, the tying up. It's very hard to get a rhythm against a fighter who waged war the way his opponent did. But he had attitude and he hustled, and we'll see if that was enough for him.
And at the end of round number 12, we go to the official scorecard. The judges have scored the round. 10-9 Boston. 10-9 New York. And 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision. From the New York City Attitude, Elijah Williams. And your updated score, Boston 115, New York City 113. Hitting the ring for round number 13, please welcome from the Boston Butchers, Steve Sumter. And from the New York City Attitude, Raul Garcia.
Elijah Williams, welcome to TCL. You get the victory. Now Raul Garcia, your teammate, is going to make his debut against that man, Steve Sumter. So New York debuting some new fighters.
Yeah, and if New York gets 2 straight wins from debuting fighters, that will be significant as a subplot within this story.
Garcia, 26 years old, from the Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo. He's 14-2-1 as a pro. And that is going to go down as a slip. Referees will say no. Wipe off the gloves and do it. Eventually, he's 14-2-1 with 12 KOs, so some power in the hands of Garcia. Bubba Jenkins is ringside.
Yes, I'm ringside with Talia Roberts, who made her debut tonight. Listen, that round didn't go your way, but what are some adjustments that you can make, and what are some things that you've learned in TCL so far?
I think the main thing I learned is like it just goes really quick, so you kind of gotta let your punches go. I'm a 10-round fighter, so I just took it a little too slow to pick my pace up. So next round I'm gonna get in and let my hands fly a little bit more.
Absolutely, and this is a team concept, so you got to depend on your team. You're not used to that, so you got some people leaning on you. Like you said, it's a little bit fast. Every round's a 12th round here. So what are the adjustments you think you said you can make in the next round, in the money round, when it matters?
I think just letting my hands go, let them fly a bit more, let the combinations go, put the pressure on a little bit more, and yeah, have some fun.
All right, we're looking forward to it. Good luck tonight, and congratulations on your debut. We're excited.
The Aussie, Taylor Robertson, saying it, the pace. We hear so many fighters say that, Dave.
And we talked about it. It's over before you know it, and she had trouble zeroing in on getting punching room, so that's another thing that she'll be looking for.
I like what she said about letting my hands go. We'll see if she does that in round 17, as her and Christina Cruz will lead off the money rounds. Right now, Raul Garcia and Steve Sumter going back and forth. Sumter's been good in TCL. Been a good fighter for the Boston Butchers. He's got 14 rounds underneath his belt, including the last round that he fought against Raquel Brown in Phoenix. He got the decision. He's also lost twice this year to Jesse Hart, which is tough, tough, tough. Split with the new Ray Robinson. So Sumter, they give him the big dogs.
Yeah, and he holds his own. And here against a very lively newcomer, he's been pretty sharp with some of his big shots. They've occurred in the counter-punching mode for him.
Another slip. Referee Ricky right on top of it. 10 seconds to go in round 13. We got Ronald Ellis and Isaac Carbonell coming up next.
So the big left hand got in, but the big right hook could not get home for Sumter. So it goes to the judges. It's a good shot there, and no knockdown called.
Oh, they stepped on each other? Feet, maybe? That's what it was? Tangled up. Regardless, you're right. Not ruled the knockdown.
And at the end of round number 14, we go to the official scorecard. The judges have scored the round. 10-9, Boston. 10-9, New York. And 10-9 for your winner, by way of split decision, from the Boston Butchers, Steve Sumter.
It was an important one for Boston to stop the New York momentum.
So Boston has a 3-point lead.
Brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place for recovery and self-discovery. Hitting the ring for round number 14, please welcome from the Boston Butchers, Ronald Ellis. His opponent across the ring from the New York City Attitude, Isaac Carbonell.
Ronald Ellis, the older brother of Rashidi Ellis. He's in the blue. Ronald, 18-5-2, 12 KOs in his pro career, and in TCL, he's 5-8. He's been busy as a pro, Ronald Ellis. His first fight, 2025, will be pretty good if it's scheduled for what I've been told. He's supposed to have a good fight. But his last one, he went to Johannesburg, South Africa, and went the distance with Patrick Mukala. Before that, he fought Canadian Eric Brazilian and also Christian Mabili. Big names. But the biggest name he's been in the ring with, Canelo Alvarez.
It's a big one.
As Ronald Ellis is been used by Canelo numerous times for different camps, as they really like his style. One of the gyms in San Diego where Canelo used to train down there, you walk in there, you're like, Ronald, he's like, hey, Canelo says I give him good work, and Canelo doesn't bring many people back for camps.
No, and you get a good example of why. Swarming, crowding, make the other guy work, and in a case of like Canelo, you're right on him, you force him to quicken his pace, which is something that he will need when he fights for real.
Yeah, and also he's been in the ring with David Benavidez, who stopped in the 11th back in 2021. Just a good veteran, tough, rugged, and Isaac Carbonell is finding that out right now. Defend yourself at all times, because Ronald Ellis does not stop.
And now the referee is going to warn both fighters about over-aggressiveness. And you have to know the style of the referee when you're fighting.
That's a good point right there.
How likely will that referee be to take a point? And many will tell us they'll go to the second or third offense before they would take a point, and they don't really want to be a deciding factor, but if they see 2 or 3 of the same offense within a round, they may take the point.
Yeah, Enrique Gutierrez, an excellent referee in the state of Pennsylvania. As the Cubano Isaac Carbonell, the southpaw, is just looking frustrated right now, and Ronald Ellis will do that to you with his swarming tactics.
Swarming, then tying up, that he's out again, like he's nowhere and then he's everywhere.
Carbonell's doing well. He's got 14 wins in TCL action as a southpaw.
He closes ground nicely. He thinks he's got the ring cut off, and just as he's about to unload, Ellis either moves to the angle, takes some shots at him, or ties him up.
Carbonell's been a member of TCL all 3 seasons, and you can see why you want him on your team. He's tough. But so is Ronald Ellis.
So Carbonell has finished strongly. The question will be, did he start in time?
Carbonell, I'm glad I don't have to see you again. He just walks away. And Ellis with that smirk and smile, that's what he does. That's what he does.
That's right, man. You couldn't touch me. The Ellis did get touched in some of these shots, and that was the best work by Carbonell. Ellis was a good ring general at many other times.
At the end of round number 14, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the New York City Attitude, Isaac Carbonell.
Carbonell getting the
and
victory.
Your updated score, the Boston Butchers 134, New York City 132.
That was a big one for
Stepping
New York.
through the ropes for round number 15 from the Boston Butchers, please welcome Michael Hilton. And for the New York City Attitude, Talia TCL.
All right, Michael Hilton for the Boston Butchers. Tessie Ives for the New York City Attitude. Bubba Jenkins, what's it feeling like ringside?
It's feeling really good. You know, Boston's got themselves a little bit of a win streak. Got themselves back into this fight, being up and winning by 2 rounds, and they got their crowds into it. You can hear the NYC guys getting into it, trying to get their crowd involved. You know, it's a very team camaraderie in the atmosphere here. You know, when it's a stalemate and it's a close fight, you can hear the fighters on the side start to become the coaches and start to become the cheerleaders and start to become the outside ears to the coaching staff. So it's something that you look forward to when your team is in there.
Bubba, do you notice more of it when the team starts to rally as New York was down by 6 and then started to mount a run?
Absolutely. You definitely can feel the energy shift. You can feel the crowd, not the crowd, but you can feel their bench start to shift into a positive, more understanding atmosphere, and they're feeling like the judgments are going their way. You know, every boxing event, you can have a gripe on the judgments, but here, when it's only 1 round, it's even harder because of the judging in the short amount of time.
Tessie Ives from the Ivory Coast, now living in Queens, New York for the New York City Attitude. He's making his debut for the Boston Butchers. Bubba, you got to go talk to the New York coach a bit. How did you guys find all these guys debuts and they're doing so well?
Absolutely. I think
does Michael Hilton. He gets caught. And it'll be a knockdown.
New York.
I don't know if he's going to get up, Dave.
It's over. I think
he's hurting. He's still wobbling, and it's over. And it's a knockout for the New York City Attitude. Michael Hilton never recovered. Welcome to TCL, the man from the Ivory Coast.
Round number 15, your score.
And here's how he did it.
Michael Hilton,
big
7.
right hand, left hook. He's setting up the big shot, looking for the distance, and he got him to walk right into it. A titanic right hand. And the referee wisely calls it off. Fighter has to show the referee he's cognizant fully, and in that window, he could not. So safety first, the wise call, New York back on top, and we get some fireworks.
Stepping through the ropes for round number 16 from the Boston Butchers, Skylar Lacey. His opponent across the ring for the New York City Attitude, Stephen Torres.
It's an unusual bit of scheduling here.
Another debut. Stephen Torres making his TCL debut. Man from Reading, Pennsylvania. 6'7", and he's got to slow down and wait till the referee brings you out, Stephen.
They're also set to go in round 18.
Yes, they will.
16 and 18.
Well, in the money rounds, you can schedule them anyway.
Yeah.
As Skylar Lacey, the big dog, he's also 6'7". He's 16-7 in TCL. He's got 23 rounds of experience, does Lacey, the man from Indianapolis, Indiana. Bet you he's going for the Pacers right now.
You better believe it. And he's also trying to undo what New York just did in taking the lead.
Yeah, that 10-7 round.
KO.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, that 10-7 round puts New York City up 1 in round 16.
That's the first lead since the early part of the fight when they won the first 2 rounds. So Boston had the lead for more than an hour, and New York just took it back.
Torres might be new to TCL, but he's got a good passport. His last 2 fights have been abroad. In March, he fought in Cali, Colombia. He got the victory. And then in April, he lost the decision in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Turned pro back in 2019 at the Barclays Center. His first 3 fights were at the Barclays Center for Torres.
What do we have with this stoppage here? Referee intervening.
How about this over Torres? His 5th pro fight was a Manny Pacquiao Ugas card in Las Vegas at T-Mobile back in 2021. So this kid has had some exposure to the big stages. The southpaw now, Stephen Torres, in the white.
And when you've had that type of exposure, you can't wait to get started into a format like this. You want to expand your credentials. You want to help your team out immediately with your veteran status.
And Torres making his New York City debut. Bubba Jenkins, I asked you, find out why they have so many. What'd they say?
They said they have a lot of great relationships with a lot of gyms around the area. You know, they got a really good coach, and the coach, so they have so many people that always want to participate. So whenever they, put the kite out there and they let people know, hey, we're looking for this guy, we're looking for that guy. They have so many good relationships. Their coach is renowned, so, they have a lot of people that has always wanted to participate. And once they hear it's the TCL and what kind of concept it is, they're always ready to represent New York.
Well, Stephen Torres needs to keep that mouthpiece in. That's the 2nd time the mouthpiece has gone flying.
It looks like the 2nd warning. They could be 1 infraction away from losing a point.
Lacey 8-1-2 in his career with 6 stoppages. They hear the chop chop. Telling you to step on the gas the last 30 seconds. Again, they're going to go at it in a few minutes. This is round 16. They're going to go at it again in round 18 when we get to the money rounds. And now he's getting dirty as Torres hit him behind the head. And the point has been taken away. He had been warned, and referee Ricky Gutierrez has taken away a point from Stephen Torres.
If you're Lacey, the very least you want to do is protect that 10-8. You might go for more, but
now 10-8 is big, considering the previous round was a 10-7 for New York City. As Torres staring down on Lacey, they need to get him back. And the commission has jumped in. They're saying he's out. Is he being kicked out, or is it just kicking him out? What are they doing?
Well, they were calling for a DQ. If it's ruled that way, he may not be able to come back for the next fight.
Because the commission jumped into the ring immediately. I don't want to speculate until we get told what happened. But you saw at the end, Torres was not leaving the ring, and the commission jumped in. But we are done with the middle rounds. All right, Bubba Jenkins, what did the commission tell you?
Yeah, the commission escorted him out. They said he's done. You know, the referee he jumped in and escorted him out. He's on the side. He went to the sideline, and the commission said, no, you can't be on the sideline. You got to go. So they kicked him out, kicked him to the back. Cost his team.
Do we know if he'll fight? Is he done for the night? Or does he come back and fight?
Well, at the end of the middle round,
it looks like he's done for the night.
Boston is up 151. 150.
Your updated score. Boston leads by 1 with a score of 151 to 150.
Oh, man. Middle rounds are done. We'll try to sort out everything that's going on between Skylar Lacey and Steven Torres.
They say it's the loneliest sport. No teammates to pass to, nowhere to hide. Just you and the silence. To survive here, you must evolve. To win, you must become something more. Because now, one fighter ignites the team. One heart unites the city.
Balance of nature, it's so simple. It's amazing getting the fruits and vegetables ingredients in 3 red and 3 green capsules.
I take Balance of Nature. I think it's convenient. I can do little capsules in the morning, and I'm off to work, you know.
Balance of Nature, it's so easy to do. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
Join the action live by getting tickets to an upcoming Team Boxing League event. Next week, TCL goes to Philly as the Miami Assassins take on the Boston Butchers in an East Coast showdown. Then in the nightcap, you'll get the Las Vegas Hustle and the Philly Smoke. Then Saturday night, Team Boxing League is back in the Lone Star State for another action-packed doubleheader. Get your tickets right now. Just scan the QR code on your screen. Whew, a lot going on, lots to unpack there. Middle rounds got hot, and at the end of the middle rounds, the Boston Butchers have a 1-point lead, 151-150. Beto Duran alongside Dave Bontempo. Dave, we got to kind of tell everybody, relax, a little namaste. I know it's boxing, but you got to maintain your composure. We didn't see that from New York City at the end.
No, and that may cost them dearly going forward because New York had taken the lead, and then Skylar Lacey with a knockdown, putting Boston back in the lead. But New York then suffering a disqualification, which may carry over into the money rounds and cost them 3 points. That is a significant development this late in the contest. So Boston, which has needed a break all year, that may have been the break this team needed.
So round 18 was supposed to be Skylar Lacey and Steven Torres. Torres disqualified, so that round will not go, but the 10 points will be on the side of the Boston Butchers. So we saw some good highlights in the middle round. Let's get you going in round number 10, Dave.
Yeah, and this was when New York was able to break Boston's 7-fight run. They had won 7 rounds in a row. This is Nova and Zepatacano, an excellent fight, back and forth, and it was a split for New York, and that is what ended the carnage for them.
And round 15 was a good one.
Yeah, this is how New York actually took the lead. The knockdown, great shot from a newcomer. All right, welcome to the TCL.
Yeah, debut for the man from the Ivory Coast.
And this is what had New York thinking it was going to be the turnaround they needed.
And that was good for New York. Briefly, as Boston comes back, and the highlights brought to you by Balance of Nature. All right, so we saw the highlights there. It was good. At the end of the launch rounds, it was 78-74 for Boston. Middle rounds down to 151-150, because New York was able to get into the mix. Now, let's see what's going to happen in the money rounds. The card for the money rounds is going to get going with the women. Taylor Robertson, the Aussie, who says she needs to pick up the pace, takes on Christina Cruz. You'll also see Deontay Brown and Sherbeck at the end, but there's got to be one round, Dave, where do not miss it, because it could swing the entire show.
Ellis and Estrella. You know, Estrella being the New York fighter, we've seen him be hot and cold, so we'll see if he's hot or cold. That's one big round that we're looking at here.
Yeah, so it's Giovanni Estrella and Jahe Brown in round 21. You also see Rashidi Ellis in round 22. So Rashidi has a different look about himself.
He is businesslike tonight. Those two decisions stung him, and they brought out a different fighter tonight, and he took care of business.
We said in the beginning that Boston needed to win. Mandatory if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. They are going. They have a different look about them. Let's hear from Mike Falvo.
Before we begin round 17, we do have one brief announcement to make. The scoring in round 16 has been updated due to the DQ. The winner of that round is Skylar Lacey with a score of 10-7. Your updated score is Boston 151, New York 149. Making their way to the ring for round 17, it's the money rounds. From the Boston Butchers, Taylor Robertson. And from the New York City Attitude, Christina Cruz.
So we heard our ring announcer, Mike Falvo, let us know that the score has not been updated 151-149 because Torres was disqualified for round number 16. All right, so it's a 2-point lead for the Boston Butchers. And it's going to get going with Taylor Robertson. And Bubba Jenkins, you talked to her earlier. She said she was surprised at the speed of TCL. And here she is coming out really fast.
Yeah, you gotta love when, you know, you can get a debuter and get their experience in the round. Like you said, she's a 10-round fighter, so she's used to fight. She's used to a lot of rounds. She's used to a lot of action, a lot of punching. This is a lot of action, a lot of punching, but not a lot of time. TCL style, in your face, with the team behind you, and the oohs and all coming from your comrades. This is what it's all about.
And Christina Cruz, all used to being part of a team. She was a member of Team USA growing up, big amateur background with them, and then was an alternate for the Olympic team, decided to go to Puerto Rico, where she has Puerto Rican roots. She qualified for the Puerto Rican Olympic team, but she still had to qualify to get to the Olympics. But before that tournament happened, the world was shut down because of COVID.
Oh, good punch.
And Robertson, the Aussie.
Tyler Robertson landed a really good punch right there. She's got a really good offense going, and she's made some adjustments. As she was saying, though, the round was really fast, and it looks like, you know, she started to get her mindset ready for the round that TCL is. The action, the pace, everything like that. After you get your first round, then you can really start to see what you need to do and what needs to be done to get your team the victory and get yourself in the motion that you need.
I think Christina Cruz has stepped up her pace, too, to match what Robertson's doing. And we're seeing bombs away here.
She is throwing a lot more punches. Christina Cruz is very active, but I think that's because of Tyler Robertson really trying to pressure her, and that's basically her response to get her up off of her, trying to punch back and swing with her.
Couple right hands landed by Christina Cruz, followed by a hook, and then Robertson keeps on coming. The Aussie looks like she's made the adjustment well with a minute to go in round 17.
And Cruz, knowing what Robertson was going to do, has adjusted with her, and we're seeing collectively a nice assortment of big shots get in.
Yeah, she was going to assure herself, you know, after talking to her off camera, she was like, I didn't like the fact that I lost that round. I felt like I won. So she's like, she was going to come out here and assure herself victory in this round. And I think she's doing that with the pace and the optics.
That
and the way
nose
that
is
she's
busted.
looking. She just looks mean.
Oh, they just bumped into each other, and that nose is smashed. It was a clash.
Yeah, that's a broken nose, ladies and gentlemen.
The doctor's checking her out, and it's done. Oh, that nose is to the side. But it was from a clash, correct?
Yeah, it was from a clash. It was a clash of heads in that last little exchange.
And she just said it's broken.
What a tough warrior. And they're both coming forward. There you go. They both want positioning. Robertson was down, and Christina Cruz was above her. Both of them seeking positioning.
And here comes the blood. Oof. Oh, man. Yeah, they're going to get working on Christina Cruz. And that's...
Referee saying it's going to be a no contest because it was an accidental headbutt.
Referee has called a stop to round number 17 at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. By way of accidental headbutt, this round is ruled a no contest.
Wow.
Boy,
that's unfortunate because that was such a good round.
It was a great round between them, and you can see the collective despair from both fighters.
Round number 18 has been auto-scored 10-9. 10-9 being awarded to Skylar Lacey of the Boston Butchers. Hitting the ring for round number 19, please welcome Stevie Jane Coleman. Her opponent across the ring for the New York City Attitude, Stacia Suttles.
And there you see all the ringside physician working with Christina Cruz, and you feel bad for Christina Cruz because a busted nose essentially means her season is done.
Yeah, you can't come back from that. It's just it's horrible when you consider the journey and the sacrifice and the training and the confidence that's come over the course of time. And in one brief moment, the whole season can go. And you really admire the warrior spirit.
That's what happened to our broadcast partner, Amelia Moore from the Boston Butchers in week 1. Nose out of place and been sidelined. Man, that was such a good round, too, between Taylor Robertson and Christina Cruz. All right, well, we move on. The women still in there, Stevie Jane Coleman and Stacia Suttles. Stacia got the earlier round 11 on her side. And it's 161-158. So who is Stevie Jane Coleman from the Boston Butchers? 24-year-old, grew up on the farm, livestock shows as a kid. You know that the discipline is there. You're waking up early in the morning to work on the farm, the family farm.
Yeah, that's a different version of road work.
Yes, it is. Farm in Colombia. She's also a personal trainer and a massage therapist at the age of 24. She suffered her first loss of 2025 earlier tonight. And Suttles is just so good.
Well, she's a formidable foe. Look how strong she is with the look of a boxer. She's got the look of a tall boxer, and yet the upper body strength is significant.
All right, still close. So 161-158. And we have Nova, Rashidi Ellis, and Deontay Brown still to come for the Boston Butchers. The natural for Suttles.
We have seen her in attack mode most of these 2 rounds. Coleman has to get inside the jab first, and she did do it there. But you have to gamble and commit in order to do it.
You know, Suttles, her story's great. She was 19 years old the first time she put on the gloves in New York. A year later, she was competing for the Daily News Golden Gloves at Barclays Center. Yeah, that's tough on the East Coast. That Golden Gloves at Barclays.
Yeah, that's a major route.
She's done international competitions for Team USA. Uppercut from Suttles. Her teammates on their feet, fired up, New York City attitude, trying to cut into the lead. Controlling the round is Suttles. The Bronx kid, Bubba Jenkins ringside. Oof.
Yeah, Stacia Suttles is just really all over this girl. She really, really wanted this round. And you know, like you guys were saying, she lost earlier this year and has been on such a hot streak. You know, we saw her really have a good round right there. That is Stacia Suttles at her best. Coming forward, moving, athletic, little blood in the air, beautifully done. And that's something New York needs right now, being down 2 points.
I would say that Suttles and Latia Williams, the top 2 female fighters on a tear for the last several weeks, and both young fighters in a TCL.
And at the end of round number 19, we go to the scorecard. The judges have scored the round 10-9 New York City, 10-9 Boston, and 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision from the New York City Attitude, Stacia Suttles.
New York needed that round. That was big. And of course, Stacia Suttles is going to come through for her team. The natural
for round number 20. From the Boston Butchers, Abraham Nova. And from the New York City Attitude, Ryan Zempoltucker.
Well, the first time they went at it, Zempoltucker signaled a run for New York.
Yes, he did.
Breaking a big streak that Boston had. And now they meet here in the middle of a fight that's up for grabs.
Pretty Boy is a nickname for Ryan. He'll turn 21 this year. Started boxing at the age of 3 when his dad put the gloves on him. At about 7, 8 years old, he started taking serious. Started going to tournaments. Typical kid, baseball, basketball, football, but he really excelled in track and field along with karate.
The track and field is a nice entry if you're in the sprinting events and the running events toward boxing because of the stamina involved and you know how you have to challenge yourself in those moments.
A lot of his training in his house. When he needs to, he goes to the gym. Hook Elite Boxing in Newburgh, New York is where he's at.
And this fight was close the first time.
Yes,
it was a split for Zempoltucker.
His father, German, is the one who introduced him to the sport of boxing. His sisters also box, Natalie and Kimberly. It's a fighting family.
Like the Ellises.
Yeah, it is. The Ellis fight, the Zempos fight.
Been a good disciplined effort here for Zempoltucker. Nova playing the waiting game and trying to spring out of a crouch from a countering punching position. And that's a risky way to go.
Stop! I got it.
So Zempo Licado, the last name, it's an origin of the Nahuatl language, the area around Mexico City. So like think about the Veracruz area, the Yucatan area. That's where it's native.
Name origins are pretty interesting.
There it is.
I can see where it is. And
yeah, so it's as a Mexican, I got to bring that one up right there. You're like, where's that name, Zempo Licado? Like, wait a minute. So think about the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Colombian area, that area right there.
Well, there's a tie-in. Sometimes there's a real significant tie-in to a region or a generation or something cultural.
Yeah, so think about it. Comes from the Nahuatl people. And here he is right now fighting for the New York City Attitude, looking good. So his dad, instead of German, it's Herman. And his mom should be happy with the way his son has been fighting against the Dominican Ron Nova.
He had a great performance here. Nova was trying to capture a good counter shot if Zempo Licado made a mistake, and he was unable to do that. A good measured effort for the youngster.
And at the end of round number 20, we go to the official scorecard. All three judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the New York City Attitude, Ryan Zempoteca. Your updated score, Boston 179, New York City 178.
Based on when he won these fights, he could be a candidate for one of the stars.
Yeah, he's only 20 years old. Licado, he's got a bright future.
This round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a
That
place
was
of
clutch
recovery and
performance for his
self-discovery.
team right there.
In the ring for round number 21, from the Boston Butchers, Jai Brown. From the New York City Attitude, Giovanni Estella.
Now, this is the round where I told you during the commercial break, Dave, that could swing the show. Because Jai Brown, I'm sorry, and Estella went at it earlier this evening. As you saw Estella say, no. I'm going to battle with you. These two are very, very evenly matched, and Brown is undefeated this season, 8-0.
Able to hold up his end of it for Boston. And here we go. Thundering down the home stretch. Remember, back in week one, a 1-point verdict. We have that same feeling all through the money rounds of the way ebb and flow is going, that we are heading toward a terrific finish again.
And up next can be Rashidi Ellis and Ryan Pino. So if you're a New York City Attitude, anything you can do to tie it up. As the fight is winding down. So you hear the crowd, NYC, and Estella going for a home run.
The one big shot in the right place would be monumental in any of these four fights now.
Ooh, the ah from everybody ringside. You can feel the intensity.
Well, Estella's been doing a nice job on the outside. Brown is going to have to gamble and try to do something to get inside, because it's one thing to evade punches, but he has to look like he's doing something offensive, because that has been Estella being the one flicking out the stick.
Here's Stella. I've worked a bunch of his fights when he was in the Orlando area coming up. That's where he lives. And for Estella, he has 14 victories, but only 5 knockouts, and those came early on. So he doesn't have the big punching power that you expect. He breaks you down, which is not effective in TCL because you only got the 1 round.
Right. And yet, we saw a highlight of him a couple of fights ago with a big knockdown. So even the fighters who don't have the big power reputation can have their moment.
He's swinging and missing wild as Brown is daring him to come in and trade. That's exactly what Jahe Brown wants.
And Estella, you see how wide those shots are. But the thing is for Brown now, okay, you can lure him into these wide shots, but you don't have that many opportunities to cash in. You have to go right at him.
Brown with that big smile on his face. He's feeling pretty good. Jahe Brown. Good for the Boston Butchers.
Big shot there and a huge left hook. That was one of his better moments, and a left hook behind that. And you're not getting me, man. You can't touch this.
Not at all.
Going back to Boston with a W, man. The judges will tell him if he's right.
And at the end of round number 21, we go to the official scorecard. All 3 judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Jahe Brown. And your updated score, Boston 189, New York City 187.
But you don't do the dance unless you know.
Damn
he
right.
He did. Stepping through the ropes for round number 22 from the Boston Butchers, Rashidi Ellis. His opponent across the ring from the New York City Attitude, Ryan Pino.
We saw last time Rashidi Ellis was in there in round 6. He was locked in, did not mess around. Here, the Boston Butchers have a 2-point lead. Let's hear from Bubba Jenkins, who's with Coach Mark Gargaro.
Yeah, I'm here with Coach. They got a 2-point. They're down by 2 points right now. What do you guys got to do to get this out, get it in your direction?
We just got to step it up a little bit, put our combinations together, and I think we'll be in good shape. Right now, Rashidi Ellis is a little monster, so let's see how Pino reacts and get some scoring on him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you look at the rest of the roster. I know you're studying this fight right now, but as much as you guys have been doing so far, what the guys have already fought, how can you guys get this in your direction with it? With the momentum I feel like is in Boston's direction.
Well, we need a stoppage from Elijah Williams against Kino Luna, so that's what we're banking on right now, and at least Sherbeck to win against Deontay Brown. I think we'll be right there.
All right, I understand that. That's some good strategy. Okay, Coach, well, good luck with this, and then we're going to be looking for you to call the rest.
Thank you.
New York City coaching staff going with the Elijah Williams knockout next round.
That's what they were hoping for when they put it in, and they called Ellis a little monster. Well, they were right about that as far as the impact on the scorecards. He is much more on his game today. Remember, we said the Rashidi Speedy Ellis. We've seen all the smiles. We've seen all the demonstrative looks on his face in previous weeks. And this is a game face all night.
Absolutely. It looks like Rashidi that I bet years ago on Golden Boy shows where he was just locked in. He's had a good career, Rashidi Ellis.
And this is an important one for his team. He could really make it a good lead for Boston if he does what he would be favored to do.
The only loss for Rashidi in his pro career has been against Romain Villa back in 2023, a decision loss. Did a Rashidi Ellis fight back in 2016. that lasted a minute and 19 seconds. It was a main event at the Fancy Springs, and he came out and went after Eddie Gomez, a fighter from New York, and knocked him out in the first round. You talk about Speedy Rashidi, when he's locked in, watch out.
Yeah, one of the top fighters in the league when he's on his game, and he's feeling it right now that he thinks he took care of business.
And he's got the Puerto Rican coaches. He's done camp down in Puerto Rico a few times. Well, he is a monster.
Well, I think what he succeeded at doing is put New York into must knockout territory, and the coaches were already thinking along those lines.
They knew. You get a Rashidi, it's one of those where, okay, let's just get that one up.
There's the good jab by Ellis. Look where he holds himself down low, backing up. Couldn't counter him.
And at the end of round number 22, we go to the official scorecards. All three judges have scored the round in favor for your winner by way of unanimous decision. From the Boston Butchers, Rashidi Ellis. Stepping through the ropes for round number 23 from the Boston Butchers, Kino Luna. His opponent across the ring for the New York City Attitude, Elisha Williams.
Elijah Williams. And we're going to hear what the Boston Butchers coach Mark Gargaro has to say. He's going to be with Bubba Jenkins in a few seconds, but New York City Attitude coach said we're going to send Elijah Williams to look for the stoppage. Kino Luna lost in round 12 against Elijah Williams.
So they'll need him to be greedy in this now.
Round 23, and Boston Butchers with a 3-point lead. Bubba Jenkins is ringside.
That's right, I'm ringside with Boston Butchers coach, have a 3-point lead, and they sent Elijah Williams in there for the knockout. They need him to get a kill. As you said, they're in must-have-it territory. How do you feel about the way you guys are going to be looking the rest of the way?
I feel great. We're a boxing team. We're going to box, and they're going to have to put the pressure on them to score a knockout. And as the way it's looking right now, we're going to outbox them.
All right, and you have Brown coming up the last. That's a good anchor to, for you guys to close the deal out, right? How do you feel going into not only this fight, but possibly getting this win to put you guys into the playoffs, and how that's going to look as you guys move forward?
Yeah, the way our team is shaped, we're going to have to scrap for every fight because we're not going to get many knockouts, and we're going to lose some split decisions along the way. But we are one of the most talented teams in the league, and if we just do what we got to do, we will win, and we're going to be in the playoffs, guaranteed.
Absolutely. Well, there's a little bit of action going on right here. What do you think about the call earlier when they threw the guys out, and Skylar Lacey was pretty much doing his thing, and it gave you guys the 3 points?
It was a great call, great call by the commission, and Skylar did a fantastic job holding his cool, and everybody on our team. I was very proud of everybody. We handled it correctly, and they made the correct call.
All right, Coach. Well, good luck for the rest of the matchup, and we're hoping to see you guys in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Mark Gargaro does an excellent job with the Boston Butchers. Also a fine coach in the Boston area. Also works with Team USA as Elijah Williams is just staggered Kino Luna.
Now everybody in the place knows that Williams has to go for the knockout, and so Luna will try to use some clock, try to use some veteran moves, the tying up. What you try to do is buy some time without trying to make it look too obvious.
Referee jumps in, separates him. New York City Attitude with the white trunks and down 3.
Luna warned about leading with his head, and what he was trying to do is come forward with a straight left hand, and he brought his head with him. Well, and the way Luna comes forward with the head he could walk into an uppercut. Be careful. Not only a point taken away, he could walk into an uppercut.
No knockdowns, a slip. The referee bites off the gloves of Kino Luna. Well, if Williams going to get the stoppage, he's got to do it quick. That was the game plan from the New York City Attitude as Luna fighting back, pushing Williams through the ropes.
No, Luna's not trying.
Round is over. Round is over. Don't do anything dumb. Just go back to your corner. We've already seen one New York City fighter disqualified, and that cost them points.
At some point, Luna kind of decided, all right, I'm not just going to make sure I avoid getting stopped. I want more. Maybe I want to win this round. And that was a big statement by him at the end. He also just missed getting
And at the end
nailed.
of round number 23, we go to the official scorecard. The judges have scored the fight. 10-9, New York City. 10-9, Boston. And 10-9 for your winner, by way of split decision, from the Boston Butchers, Kino Luna.
That last flurry by him puts this out of reach now.
And the Boston Butchers are going to get their second win of the year.
Round number 24
Both against
from the Boston
New York.
Butchers, Deontay Brown. His opponent across the ring from the New York City Attitude, Sherbet Rogmatula.
Wow, that backfired. And New York City's game plan was get the stoppage with Williams, get the win with Sherbet, and none of that happened as Kino Lua is the spoiler. Gets the round 23 to give Boston the victory tonight. They have a 4-point lead. So even if Sherbet gets the KO, Boston will still get the win. And that's huge for the Boston Butchers, keeping their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, and you know, you can put the fighters in, hope for the best, but yeah, Luna pretty much stole that round in the last few seconds with his daring exploits.
But you mentioned that last flurry from Luna. It went from defensive to, I'm going to win.
Yeah, I'm going to get greedy because if I happen to get this, I can decide it. And the last round won't matter at all.
Now Deontay Brown and Sherbet fighting for pride as Deontay Brown took round number 4. What a good night for the Boston Butchers.
Well, and, you know, said it at the top. New York wants it. Boston must have it. And the team that must have it gets it. And the coach making an interesting point that this is not a knockout artist team. So they have to peck their way to a triumph. And what was significant was the Skylar Lacey fight, which ended up being 10-7 because of the DQ. And then he gets a 10-9 later.
Yeah, Steven Torres getting disqualified. And by getting disqualified, unable to compete in the money rounds. And let's just say he had fought in the money rounds and won, we'd be tied with him.
Yeah, and also, yeah, the knockdown by Lacey occurring late.
Yep.
It looked like he was en route to a 10-9 victory. So that's 3 points that Boston was able to pile on top of what it looked like to get.
And Boston was strong early on, especially in the launch rounds. They closed the launch rounds, winning the last 6. They were up 78-74 at the end of the launch, 151-149 at the end of the middle, as they're on their way to their second win of the season. Yeah, it's a team that has had some bad luck.
Yeah, so a 1-point loss earlier, a tight loss to Philadelphia. And, you know, against Phoenix, some very rough calls go against them, against Phoenix, and they lost. So they've been knocking on the door fight after fight, and this time the door finally opens.
And for New York, who had 3 different fighters debut for them tonight, look good. Good opportunities for them. they're going to come up short and fall for the 4th time. And now if they want to maintain their playoff hopes, they're going to have to get wins and help. That's never easy.
No, so they'll have to put it in their own hands now.
So we're done with all 24 rounds. And you see the Boston Butchers, that man with the hair, Kino Luna, getting the hugs for good reason. His victory in round 23 sealed the win.
That's the thing about the team concept, too. Can be a different hero.
Yeah.
Every night for you, based on circumstance.
Well, we highlight different rounds in
And
every
now
single
at the end of
section.
round number 24, we go to the scorecard. The judges have scored the round 10-9 New York City, 10-9 Boston, and 10-9 for your winner by way of split decision. From the Boston Butchers, Deontay Brown. Your final score tonight, Boston 219, New York City 214.
Going away, 4 straight wins for Boston.
4 straight wins to close out the money rounds as Boston gets the victory, 219 to 214. Kino Luna putting the Butchers on top. Rashidi Ellis leading the way. Noses were broken. Some dreams were shattered, but it's the Boston Butchers doing whatever they want tonight on TCL Team Boxing.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car check?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop? I don't want it.
As far as dumb drugs,
Give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed. And what brought you guys all the way up here?
Sex.
it's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on Merit TV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
I was drinking every day. I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32. A drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to our firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. There you see Independence Hall in Philadelphia. Let's go back ringside. Mike Falvo. Oh, but before we go to Mike Falvo, we got to get you the knockout of the night, and it happened in round 15.
Yes, it did. Changed a lot of things. Put New York on top for the first time with the newcomer, Ives.
Yeah, Ivory Coast.
That shot, and New York at that time grounded and took the lead. And it looked at this point like they might be able to overtake Boston. That was a big moment for New York in this contest, and referee wisely calls it off there. No need to let the fighter go back in. It looked in the fighter's eyes, no response, knockout.
And that's how you make an impression in TCL. Ring announcer now, Mike Falvo.
And now, fans, it's time to introduce you your round of the evening. Round number 10, Abraham Nova and Ryan Sempolteca. Your third star of the evening from the New York City Attitude, Talia Tessie Ives. Your second star of the evening from the Boston Butchers, Rashidi Ellis. And your number one star of the night from the Boston Butchers, Chaye Brown.
All right, I'm here with your third star of the night. You got it done. Big punch. You guys didn't win the matchup tonight, but you got it done as an individual debut. How you feel about your debut? How you feel about the knockout?
First of all, I want to say thank you, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
That's Him. He give me my power. I know I'm gonna win today. But how I win, that's why I come here. I appreciate my team. I love Coach Benny. I'm very happy for this opportunity for Team Combat League.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and a big knockout. Jesus-like power. That was amazing. And Ellis, I feel like every time you up here, man, every time you fight, you get on this stage, man. What can you say about your performance tonight?
Oh, I come here to shine. You know I love to shine. But Boston, we back, baby. For now, we're winning every single one. We're making it to the playoffs. We're taking over.
All right. Well, you guys do have the playoff on the horizon. How do you guys feel about your victory tonight headed into that?
We're confident. We all stick together, we dedicated, and we're gonna take over.
All right, chop, 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 chop.
Chop, chop, baby.
And we with the number one man of the night right here. And it's the birthday boy. My man getting older right now. Listen, I ain't got to ask you many questions. You already got your little slogans and saying. Go ahead and tell them what you got to do.
If he act up, y'all know the slogan. If he act up, y'all know the slogan.
You might stop him.
If he act up, y'all know the slogan.
You might stop him.
So, man, this is my third weight class that I took over. I had fighter tonight at 147, 54, and 60. But honestly, I feel like Rashidi Ellis deserved MVP because I couldn't do it without him and my whole squad. So I can't do it without Abraham. He's my mentor. I couldn't do it without him and my whole squad. But I think Rashidi Ellis deserved it.
Well, listen, Dewey said that you deserved it because that is the third weight class that you have performed for. You literally show up and do whatever your team needs you to do, and it's your birthday. So you got to take that star of the night. If he act up,
I might stop him. I couldn't do it without God, my family, and my team.
Back to you guys. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to get the coach. Where Coach at? Coach always be trying to not get in here. Come on, man. You got to tell the crowd how you feel about y'all performance, how you feel about the win tonight.
I mean, obviously, it feels really good to finally get on the W side. We've been losing for a couple in a row, and it don't feel good. Today, actually, we got a taste of what it feels like to be on top again. Which is
like you said, you have a methodical team. You guys are not built on a bunch of knockouts. You guys just matriculate down the line and get it done. Do you think that will help you into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, we're a well-oiled machine. We just got to make sure we're on it every time. I think we made a few good adjustments this one, and I'm telling you, look out for us.
All right, well, with the TCL getting ready for the playoffs, these guys getting their wins, everybody getting in order. Back to you guys.
Watch out. You should be watching out because the Boston Butchers, they've had some bad luck, had some decisions that didn't go their way, but they get some momentum, and they win in this fashion. You can hear it in their voices, Dave. Watch out for them.
Yeah, this chop team. You know what? There's something about them tonight. When you win, all is right with the world. All of a sudden, you can look at the scenario. You can see yourself in the playoffs. You look over at your teammates and say, hey, you know what? We can get points here. We can get points here. We're pretty strong. We've got an attitude now. So this is a very uplifting performance for a team that had a tough loss to Phoenix. And the good part about this team, it did not break them. They come back here and they show resilience tonight.
Resiliency is a great way to put it because Boston was really close to being eliminated, but they showed up strong in the money round. Let's check out highlights from the money round. Let's get you to the Balance of Nature highlights because this was a team in round 17 that got it going early.
Yeah, and this was a great fight taking place. And then unfortunately with Christina Cruz and the heads come together there, that short-circuited a lot of things. What an awful bad break for two fighters who were putting on an excellent show. We saw the adjustments being made by Boston, and then the heads came together. And then maybe Miss Automatic, Thesia Suttles, doing a good job here against a good fighter in Stevie Jane Coleman. You just see how strong she is here, and she did it with a split. So Coleman made some good adjustments to make that second fight close, but still Stasia was in charge and delivering the points.
All right, so right now we're getting to the point of the season where you have to be really careful of where you're going to be in the standings. Are you going to be a team at the bottom and you're going to have to face Philadelphia or Las Vegas? Or are you going to be a team in the middle of the pack that gets a better seeding? Boston, by winning, staves off elimination. They're now 2-4, along with New York, Nashville, LA, and San Antonio. And the New York City Attitude, a team that could have made their playoff future better by getting a victory, falls to that pack of 2-4 squads. Of course, Las Vegas and Philadelphia staying undefeated, and they're going to go at it next week. Vegas 6-0. Philadelphia got a win earlier tonight. Calling out the Las Vegas Hustle. The big dogs are going to battle next week. And Dave, just because you're the first or second seed, a team like Boston has momentum on their side, has the attitude on their side. You have to be careful with them, don't you?
Yes, you do. Nothing is automatic when you go into the playoffs. We've seen Hotlanta, after their 0-3 start, go up to 4-3, teams that find themselves in the middle. But for Boston, this was an uplifting, had-to-have-it type of performance, which they were able to get. And, you know, we look at those standings. Well, you know what? You're San Antonio. You're happy New York got beat tonight because you're closer. Because even though 4 is the magic number to get in, I predict that somebody with 3 wins is going to take one of the bottom spots. I mean, we'll see how it all features out. So if you've got 2, you're thinking, we're still there.
Oh, you have to be really careful. The New York squad is also a team that, hey, they're back in that pack. But look at what's going on. There's going to be a big matchup on Friday, and you have to make sure you tune into Merit TV Sports because the Miami Assassins and the Boston Butchers that are rolling. We saw Miami earlier, and Miami seems to be scuffling. And then this is the big one, following Miami and Boston. Friday night action, undefeated against undefeated. The Philly Smoke will be at home at the 2300 Arena in Philly, taking on the Las Vegas Hustle, who have a lot of talented Cubans. And Vegas, we've seen them this season. They're not intimidated by anybody, let alone words.
No, but they might be afraid of that dog.
Okay, that dog.
They have to be. But the Vegas, what you have to love about them is that they have won these 1-point matches. They've won overtime. They've been able to get late victories. That builds an attitude within a team. That builds a belief system that, you know, when it's close, we're going to be there. On the other end for Philadelphia, don't you just love going into that matchup next week off of what you did to a very good Miami team tonight? So sometimes you're just as good as your last fight, and if you're Philadelphia right now, you're flying high.
TCL Team Boxing League, the playoffs right around the corner. Mega Brawl 3 will be the big capture for everybody. But Dave, in order to get to the Mega Brawl, you have to get through the playoffs. From the way it's shaping up, nothing is going to be easy. Nothing is guaranteed for anybody.
No, like we saw Vegas struggle with New York. And then we see New York come up short tonight. We see Boston just lose to Phoenix, a top team, and then come back tonight. We're seeing these teams being able to show an ability to really dig down deep and find something. So right now, it's Philadelphia, Vegas, it's Phoenix, but the middle of the pack still has something to say, and we still have time to say it.
Gotta love the parity all up and down a TCL Team Boxing League. It's so good because your stars are going to put on the show, but your women have to be strong. Your newcomers have to be strong. We saw that for New York City today. They debuted 3 different fighters. We're like, okay, where are they at? But they coming in strong. It's about getting the right people in the right spot.
And one of the newcomers cost them.
Yeah.
In terms of the penalties, and the other newcomers did well. And we'll list the stars. Yeah. But you know, just like every other team sport, somebody you don't even know about is going to come up big. Who is that going to be?
You have to maintain your composure. Boston Butchers, that man right there, Rashidi Ellis, leading the way for his squad. Boston Butchers keeping their playoff hopes alive. They get their second win of the season, 219-214 over the New York City Attitude. For Dave Von Temple, I'm Bethel Durant. Thanks for watching TCL Team Combat League from Merit TV Sports. Good night, everybody.